There are questions that matter to us all. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. Question answers. Defiance. There are through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Where did we come from? Change minds. Why are we here? Question answers. Defy what's possible. Some look to the past. Because the future won't come from certainty, the stars, but from curiosity. But all of us, more. We wonder. Dubai Future Forum 2025. This is what connects us. The world's largest gathering of futurists. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering. There are questions keep searching, keep evolving. Where did we come? Through science, why are through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all. Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. From curiosity, question answers, defy what's
Future
possible.
Forum 2025.
Because the future
The
won't
world's
come from
largest
certainty,
gathering of futurists.
but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible.
السيدات والسادة أهلا ومرحبا بكم في متحف المستقبل وفي ثاني أيام منتدى دبي للمستقبل لعام 2025 أكبر تجمع عالمي لخبراء ومصممي المستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Museum of the Future and to the second day of the Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. الآن مع كلمة رئيسية بعنوان إعادة برمجة المدن، كيف تعيد التجارب المشتركة تشكيل حياتنا الحضرية. يقدمها آدم سكوت المؤسس الشريك في شركة Experience Foundation. Now, a keynote titled City Life OS: What Happens When We Recode Cities Around Shared Experiences by Adam Scott, co-founder of Experience Foundation.
Very good. Hello, good morning. Thank you. So it's a real honor to kick off the second day, thank you very much, and a responsibility. So yesterday at this same time, Cal Fan kicked everything off, and he talked about interconnected minds. And I want to lean into that. So my name is Adam. I'm an architect by background. I'm an experienced or urban strategist. And I work on projects all around the world, often campus clusters. And I'm always thinking about experiences, the student experience, the passenger experience, the employee experience. I am obsessed by the designed experience. And it took me ages to really find a way to explain it. My mother found it incredibly complicated. So I had to write a book. And the book took 10 years. It's not quite as big as that. And what the book does is it goes back 65,000 years. And it looks at the designed experience and its power to change the way we think, feel, and act. It looks at it as the secret sauce for thriving at scale. And as we look across the 7,000 different languages, 4,000 distinct cultures, we see common methods, common structures, common symbols, common characters. And what's joyous about that is you start to see that fundamentally it is the story, it is the narrative journey that bounds it all together. And what we see is often this arc. We see things that collide with us, things that get our attention. We see things that begin to build our curiosity and connect with us. We then begin to connect and understand the rules of the game. And then we collaborate, we throw ourselves in, and at the end we celebrate. We bang the drum, we tell the story. And whether it's a religious festival, whether it's a cathedral, whether it's a temple, whether it's something that Team Lab are doing in a museum in Dubai, we see this structure everywhere. And if you close your eyes and imagine your ideal designed experience, it may have elements like that. It may have elements that attract, involve, and create a sense of belonging. But this is what we build in our cities. This is a million miles away from what I'm talking about. What we see is developers and investors reducing us to a unit stuck in a unit. And as we look at our devices and see that we can do everything from there, we can play, we can learn, we can share, we can eat, we have no reason to leave. There is so little shared experience in this, so little reason to gather. And if we think about that narrative arc, these things engage, they might be dramatic, they might have names like the pinnacle, the vista, the mirage, but they don't get us involved. And behind the scenes, we see fragmented teams, we see disjointed processes. It's no wonder it doesn't connect. We need an intervention. We need to start afresh. And we have 65,000 years of fine examples that we could bring in. This is how we thrive at scale. Let's use that to better align and guide. Or the way Indian gang were talking about it yesterday, this could refresh the whole value stack. So let's start there. Let's understand the value of these stories that we walk. So, in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to explain to you what on earth that might mean and how we're going to change the whole property system 5 steps at a time. Firstly, we're going to begin with a pattern language. We're going to riff off Christopher Alexander in 1977. These patterns begin with a challenge. Let's imagine one that speaks of the isolation of elderly men. Let's think about how we might better connect them. Let's think about their sentiment, how they think, feel, and act. Let's imagine the ideal stories that bring them together and get them out of their shell. And let's go behind the scenes. Let's use these patterns to think about what it might mean for the people that host it, the program that brings them together, the place, the process, the policy. Let's break down each one of these patterns. These city life patterns can then nest together. They can be the thing that then can guide and align. It becomes a common language, not a thing of architecture or strategy or engineering or project management, something we can all understand. And then from there, from that ideal source, let's imagine a second step, one that speaks of policy. So often, policy, and particularly those first briefs, you'll be amazed, often don't speak about people very much. Or if they do, they have motherhood statements that will speak of inclusion and diversity, but they won't illustrate it. They won't bring it to life. That's where our patterns could be so very useful. Often this stage will have lots of earnest people with beards and big glasses, looking at plans, worrying about space well utilized. We need to get them to think about time well spent. That will be the shared beginning. And then from there, we then need to quickly start building pilots. We've got that base, we've got the governance arranged, we've built capability, we've built that shared language. Now let's prove it. Let's get out there quickly. Now, what often happens in the built environment is there are those grandiose strategies and those big briefs, and then what happens is a gigantic spaceship of building gets landed on the area with the hope that that island development will change the city. There's often a word used in architecture and built environment work, which is meanwhile. What I'm saying is meanwhile isn't that first step where we have a few hoardings painted by, well, pretended to be painted by children, and then we then build the building thereafter. What I'm saying is we need to be always meanwhile. We're always piloting. We're always prototyping. We're learning from each one of these steps. And these patterns, they can then be beautifully illustrated. They can talk about the sentiment, about what people are thinking, feeling, and doing. And then they can then think about the narrative journey that then will ensure that we attract people, we involve them, and create a sense of belonging. Each one of these pilots we're carefully measuring. With each turn we're building, we're going further and further, getting bigger and bigger. What we need to then do is we need to be learning on the job. We're constantly measuring. We're not measuring space well utilized, we're measuring time well spent. We are really leaning into those moments that matter. It is that sentiment, that story. It is those fine examples that were gathered in the early patterns, gathered in the early research. That anecdotal, qualitative, delicious information that brings it to life that is our ever-present watchword here. And what this does is it means there is a lack of hierarchy within this team. This is not about architects and engineers leading everything. It is something that brings together places and spaces, people and culture, technology platforms, all of the value chain, all of the team, managed by a more creative direction way of working. I don't know if you've ever worked in the film world or the rock and roll world, but what you often see is the show is the most important thing. There was a wonderful old producer I know who used to be the producer and tour manager for Pink Floyd. And he used to talk about dollars per clap. What he liked about that is the clap. The fact you're moving your audience is fundamental to everything we're doing. So we're learning on the job. We have universities, colleges. We are bringing in, we're teaching not just students, but government, architects, everybody. We are building a community of practice. And then from there, we need to then radiate that out. We need to not be shy. We need to make sure that these narratives are flying far and wide. And because we've begun with stories, we're in a much better shape to then then tell those stories beyond. And I'm not talking about stories of silhouettes, stories of pinnacles, stories of crazy gestures. I'm talking about the stories of how we move people. I'm talking about the stories of the moments that matter, that don't speak about isolated island developments, but speak about those horizontal connections across the cities. In this way, we build stewardship. We build a care across generations. And also, because we're always referring back to the patterns, whether it's Upalo in Fiji or whether it's Matthias in Frankfurt, we have that common language constantly connecting us to each other. So, from then, this living system, the way I'd like to bring it to an end, because I'm clearly very enthusiastic about this, is what I think we need to do is we need to think about this living framework as a new way to begin the conversation in the world of architecture and property. I saw yesterday a real sense of urgency in the air. And I think in many ways, our built environment lets us down. If we think about Stuart Brand and Brian Eno's pace layers, what we see is culture spinning at such speed that the physicality of our built environment can't keep up. What I'm saying here is what we need is an intervention. If we better concentrate on how we attract people, how we involve them, and how we create that sense of belonging, then that narrative journey can then reinforce, align, and guide and optimize every decision thereafter. And critically, I think it will bring more purpose, more humanity, and more joy to the process. There isn't nearly enough joy. For me, that is the joy of the shared experience, the joy of the transformational experience. Now, I've been gathering these patterns now for 25 years. But what I need investors, developers, technologists, creatives, architects, community activists the world over to start bringing this together. We need to start again. We need a new conversation. So, do get in touch, do join in. Let's create a city life ecosystem that is worth living in. Thank you very much.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here?
صباح الخير جميعا، اهلا وسهلا فيكم. بيسرني جدا اني رحب فيكم بمنتدى دبي للمستقبل، اكبر تجمع عالمي لخبراء ومصممي المستقبل. اذا عددنا بعض مدن العالم، نعد منها سنغافورة، جنيف، زيورخ، أوسلو، لندن، وأيضا دبي. كل هذه المدن تشترك بأنه فعلا في عندها رؤية جريئة للمستقبل، لكن قليل المدن يلي قدرت تحقق هالرؤية الجريئة على واقع الأرض بحيث يعيشها سكانها وزوارها. طبعا دبي واحدة من هذه المدن. هذه المدينة حولت فعليا الجاهزية للمستقبل، أصبحت عقلية مشتركة، مدينة لا يمارس فيها الاستشراف فقط نظريا، لكن أيضا يطبق في كل جهة، في كل قطاع وكل حي. هذه مدينة تصمم من أجل الإنسان. جلستنا صباح اليوم قصيرة لكنها تأتي بعنوان طويل كبير: المستقبل الحضري قيد التطبيق. ما هو نموذج دبي للمدن المستقبلية المرتكزة على الإنسان تحديداً؟ أنا اسمي صبا عودي، وبشرفني أنه رحب بسعادة مروان أحمد بن غليطة، المدير العام لبلدية دبي. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
أهلا وسهلا فيك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
طبعا سعادته له إسهامات كبيرة بتطوير المكان الريادية التي تتمتع بها إمارة دبي. سعادتك الكل بيتفق بأنه بالفعل دبي مدينة سريعة التطور، طموحة، سابقة عصرها، لكن نحن اليوم بهالربع ساعة حابين نعرف منك شو هو السر وراء القرارات يلي بيتم اتخاذها، شو هو السر اللي بيخلي دبي تستمر دائما بالتجدد. خليني بس قبل أخذ خطوة لورا وأسألك على وجهة نظركم، شو هي الأنماط الجديدة من العيش المشترك يلي بتتوقعوا أنه العالم يشهدها خلال فترة العقد المقبل؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. صبا ترى صعب أنك تختزلين تجربة دبي في ربع ساعة، بس يمكن لأن احنا في المستقبل، متحف المستقبل، نقدر نسوي هاي الشغلة. اليوم تخطيط المدن في أي مكان وخصوصا في دبي بدأت في تشكيله الاحتياجات. لما كانت حاجة الناس لشغلة معينة بدأ التخطيط. يعني لو بننظر إلى دبي في السابق، لما كان كل شيء متمحور حول الخور والتريدز اللي جالس يستوي، فتشكلت دبي حول الخور. بعدها دبي كبرت أنها تبغي تكون مدينة عالمية، بدأ المطار واستوت يعني التحضيرات والتخطيط حول المطار. جت مرحلة من المراحل الشيخ محمد الله يحفظه ويبارك فيه برؤيته يبغى يستقطب مناطق جديدة لناس جدد لدبي، فبدأ موضوع التطوير العقاري والمجمعات العقارية الجديدة، فتشكلت دبي على هذه المحاور. فاللي أبغى أقول لك كل احتياج هو اللي جالس يخطط المدينة ويخليها مركز حضري يكبر وينمو. اليوم لو بننظر إلى دبي واحتياجات دبي أصبحت مدينة متكاملة غير عن مدينة جاهزة. التكامل اللي موجود اللي جالس يشكل دبي الحين، كل التطوير اللي صار، كل المشاريع اللي انبنت، اليوم نتكلم عن مدينة متكاملة تخدم الإنسان وتلبي احتياجاته. فلو بننظر إلى التطور اللي مستوي في المجتمعات والنقاشات كلها عن المستقبل والتطور في المستقبل، اليوم في دبي بتحصل كوميونتي كاملة اللي ساكن فيها ما يطلع منها. وبعطيكم مثال واحد، كوميونتي مثل DSO دبي سيليكون اويسس، كوميونتي جديدة في دبي. الساكن في DSO ترى ما يطلع منها من ناحية الخدمات اللي موجودة فيها. إن كان واحد يشتغل ترى يشتغل في شركة من شركات تكنولوجيز، إن كان طالب يدرس فهو جالس يدرس في مدرسة من المدارس اللي موجودة، وإن كانت ربة منزل تستفيد من كل الاستراكتشرز اللي موجود في هذه الكوميونتي. فلتري جالس نقول ترى ما يطلع من هذه المدينة، وهذا اللي جالس يستوي في دبي، إن عندك مناطق متكاملة. كونسبت 20 دقيقة تحول إلى 5 دقائق، مو ب20 دقيقة في بعض المناطق، لأن انبنت بهذا التصميم. اليوم احنا نقول دبي كلها المفروض تكون اكسسبل، كل خدماتها الرئيسية في 20 دقيقة توصلها. هذا مو بجهد بلدية دبي لوحدها، هذا جهد تتضافر فيه كل الدوائر الحكومية في دبي عشان نوصل إلى الانتجريشن اللي موجود في دبي.
هذا الانتجريشن او هاي الفاسيلتيز وهالخدمات كلها يلي موجوده ومتاحه خلال 5 دقائق مثل ما تفضلت وقلت لاغلب السكان، هل هذا هو الشيء؟ ولما بتحكوا على تصميم روح المدينه، شو بيعني هذا الشيء بالنسبة للشخص اللي عايش بالمدينة، الشخص اللي ساكن بيشتغل أو زائر حتى بمدينة دبي؟ شو روح المدينة؟
اليوم بلدية دبي الكونسبت ماله في روح المدينة هي تجربة القاطن أو الزائر لإمارة دبي. كل حد يجي دبي يقول فيها فايبز معين، يقول فيها روح
صح.
تطلب مني أرجع لها مرة ثانية أو أني أشتغل فيها أو أني أعيش فيها. اليوم هذه التجربة للساكن أو الزائر أو المقيم في دبي هي اللي نقيسها في بلدية دبي، لأن هي اللي تطور الخدمات اللي موجودة عندنا. فأي تجربة أسرة أنها تستخدم مرافقنا كحدائق، تستخدم أي زائر يستخدم البيتشز في دبي، الشواطئ، يستخدم حتى المواصلات اللي موجودة في دبي، هذه هي اللي احنا نستشعرها بروح المكان أو روح دبي اللي موجودة. فدائما نركز على أن التجربة للمتعامل اللي موجود في دبي تكون تجربة إيجابية ومتميزة.
ذكرت كلمة نقيس، فهي شو هي المؤشرات اللي بتستعملوها للقياس، إذا بدنا نقول في مؤشرات لقياس الرفاه بمدينة ما، وشو هي الآليات أيضا اللي لأنه المدن عم تتغير على طول، صح؟ شو هي الآليات اللي بتتيح لكم الإصغاء والتكيف والتغيير مع احتياجات الساكن أو الزائر؟
في دبي وظني الكل عارف أن في شيء يسمونه صوت دبي اللي هو 04 اللي يقيده المجلس التنفيذي. 04 أي قاطن، أي مقيم، أي حتى زائر يقدر يقدم في منصة 04 الرصد اللي تباه عند دبي. فإحنا ناخذ هاي المعلومات ونحولها إلى أكشن بلانز عندنا في البلدية. وكذلك إحنا أطلقنا مؤشر لرصد الإشارات اللي تينا مو فقط للي موجودة هنا حتى للمستقبل. مثلا إذا زارونا مجموعة طلاب لحديقة من الحدائق أو برواز دبي وطلبوا شغلة معينة جديدة مش موجودة، هاي إشارة لنا في بلدية دبي إن لازم ندرس هاي الإشارة ونخليها واقع في الزيارة القادمة.
حلو. طب أعطينا مثل دبي غيرت موقفها أو مسارها نتيجة هالفيدباك هيدا يلي أخذتوه مننا.
أنا دائما أقول قوتنا في دبي استمرارية التجديد والتطوير، هذه القوة اللي تعطينا. لذلك وايد من الناس لما تشوفين يقول لك أنا أطلع من دبي شهر شهرين أرجع أشوف شيء جديد موجود. هاي قوة دبي في التجديد.
صحيح.
إحنا في بلدية دبي ترى من رصد الإشارات مثلا شغلة بسيطة يمكن الواحد يقيس أثرها اليوم. كانوا السواح في دبي يقولون يمكن إحنا ني 3 أيام في دبي، 2.5 يوم على حسب الزيارة، ما يمدينا نستخدم البيتشز مال دبي. فيأتي الفكرة في بلدية دبي خلنا نخليها نايت بيتش، نفتحها في الليل بطريقة جديدة يستفيدوا منها الزوار. الحدائق عندنا في الشتاء كانت تفتح الساعة 8 أو 9. الناس يو قالوا صلاة الفجر الساعة 5 نبغي الساعة 5 تفتح الحدائق. كيفت دبي وفتحت الحدائق.
حلو.
أخروها في الليل. وايد من الأمور الخاصة ابنا إحنا كمرافق حتى في التخطيط، في تخطيط المنازل، في تغيير كود دبي، أي شيء يفيد المجتمع ترى يصير نراجعه ونغيره عشان يخدمهم أفضل.
طبعا صارت دبي أرض الحلم فعليا، مثل كنا عم نحكي قبل شوي إنه وين ما بتسافر هذه الأيام بس الناس يسألوك من وين جاي بتقول لهم من دبي، بيتمنوا يا ريت. صار في هالبرسبشن هيدا الإيجابي طبعا، والناس اللي بدها تجي على دبي. أعطيني بس من عندك أرض المستحيل وتحقيق المستحيل ما شاء الله، لكن هل في تحدي ما زلتوا عم تسعوا لا تتخطوه في دبي؟
والله دبي كل يوم في تحدي، لكن تحويل التحديات إلى فرص هو هذا المهم. احنا في بلدية دبي إذا بنتكلم عن تحدي رئيسي اليوم نواجهه هو الإكسبكتيشن، التوقعات ل 200 جنسية جاية دبي تعودت على ستاندرد معين، فكل ال 200 جنسية لها طلبات، لها احتياجات جديدة، فأنت لازم توافق هذه الطلبات. فهذه واحدة من التحديات اللي نشتغل عليها. التحدي الثاني اليوم احنا في المستقبل، التقنية إذا ما تبنيتها اليوم ترى باكر بتسوي قديمة، بتطلع فيها تقنية جديدة. هاي من الأشياء اللي ندرسها، كيف نقدر نستخدم التقنية اللي نضيف لسكان وقاطنين دبي فيها. هاي التحديات احنا نشتغل فيها كل يوم ونحولها إلى فرص، والفرص تحسن من حياتنا.
وهذه الفرص ممكن تكون فرص شراكة أيضا، يمكن شراكة مع القطاع الخاص. بالنسبة للمستثمرين المبتكرين الموجودين الآن معنا هون، شو هي أين تكمن هذه الفرص بالنسبة
دبي قائمة على الشراكة. اليوم احنا أي فرصة ممكن تساهم في إضافة شيء جديد لنا ترى جالسين ناخذها. تحولنا في البلدية من البنش ماركينج خلينا نقول أو من البيست براكتس إلى الفيوتشر براكتس أو البريدكتد براكتس، الأشياء المستقبلية الجديدة. اللي ما زار منكم من جنبنا في البوليفارد مال المستقبل، حلول دبي للمستقبل. أمس الفريق كان موجود، شركات ناشئة، أفكار جديدة جالسة تقدم كحلول ممكن تستفيد منها دبي في كثير من المشاريع البلدية. التيم البارحة يمكن ب5 6 أفكار من هاي الشركات إن كيف نقدر نستفيد منها. قوتنا في دبي الحمد لله استقطاب العقول واستقطاب هاي الشركات اللي تقدر تي وتجرب عندنا الأشياء الجديدة في المستقبل. هنا ممكنين لهذه الشركات أن تجيب لك الحلول الجديدة، فهاي القوة اللي احنا نستفيد منها. جهات ثانية تساهم في هاي لكن احنا نستفيد منها في النهاية.
في أمور يمكن لحد ما بتكون مفروضة علينا كإنسان وكإنسانية، يعني مخاطر الطبيعة على سبيل المثال ارتفاع درجات الحرارة. كيف لو ضمن كل هذه الخطط الطبيعة لم تتعاون؟
الطبيعة لازم تتعامل معها في كل مكان، مثل منخفض الهدير اللي جانا العام،
صح؟
ترى أمور طبيعية تحصل، لكن أنت لازم تكون جاهز ومرن أنك تتكيف مع هاي الأمور. والتخطيط المسبق، يعني حادثة الهدير أعطتنا مشروع ب80 مليار جالسين نشتغله حق 100 سنة قدام في البلدية. فأمور مثل فرصة تحولها إلى أنك تكون جاهز لأي تطور أو أي حدث ممكن يستوي مستقبلي.
كيف تقدر توازنوا بين واقع النمو الحضري هالurban development هذا وطموح الوصول لصفر النفايات وإعادة استخدام كامل؟ نحن ما ننسى أنه نحن ببيئة صحراوية بتشكل تحديات من ضمنها. يعني
شوفي، إدارة النفايات أو إدارة المدينة ما دام انها تكبر هذا التحدي موجود، لكن بلدية دبي يعني استثمرت في التقنيات واستثمرت في المشاريع الكبيرة. اليوم ويست تو انرجي في ورسان عندنا يعالج كثير من النفايات. أعلنا من فترة أن شاء الله 27 نسكر مكب النفايات. أطلقنا مبادرة جدا طموحة اللي هي سيركل دبي، اللي تعلم حتى الناس الفرز من المصدر. هاي الأمور كلها إحنا شغالين عليها نتغلب على هاي التحديات، وأعتقد أن قريبا جدا بنشوف ثمار هذه الاستثمارات اللي جالسين نسويها لمعالجة كثير من هاي التحديات.
هذه دروس ممكن تتصدر للعالم؟
والله ويست تو انرجي، لأن اليوم لو أقول لك عدد الوفود اللي جت وشافته وطلبت التقنية هذه أعداد مهولة. ودبي دائما تصدر أي معرفة ممكن نستفيد إحنا خارجيا أو إحنا نفيد فيها، فإحنا نتعاون في التبادل المعرفي هذا. يعني
موضوع الشراكة بيبقى موضوع بصلب النمو والابتكار والتطور والتغلب على التحديات اللي بتمر فيها دبي.
الشراكات لابد منها، الشراكات تعطيك شوط كبير في سرعة التطبيق، لأن لما تتشارك مع القطاع الخاص خصوصا في دبي تجيب لك الحلول اللي ممكن تتطبق بسرعة. فكل شراكة جالسين نسويها تعطينا قيمة مضافة.
كيف تحصلوا على الابتكار والتطور أو أي شيء جديد؟ شو هي الإشارات اللي بتاخدوها ممكن تدلكم بأنه هذا ممكن يكون شيء يخدم الخطة أو المسار؟
يعني مثلا اليوم احنا نشتغل في بلدية دبي على مع الشراكات في خصوص الكونستراكشن ميثود، مواد البناء وطريقة البناء الجديدة. هذا مجال جدا خصب، اليوم وايد شركات جاية تستثمر فيه في الدراسات، فاحنا نستقطب هالشغلة. أطلقنا من فترة اليو لاب اللي هو اللاب التشاركي مع القطاع الخاص مع المجتمع مع الجامعات. اليوم اليو لاب جالس يحول كثير من هاي الأمور إلى تيست باد حق التكنولوجيز الجديدة في الكونستراكشن، لأنه ما تقدر في دبي على نمو اللي حاصل أنك تستمر أنك تتعامل بالطريقة التقليدية في البناء، فتحتاج التقنية اللي تسرع لك وتضمن لك الجودة اللي جالس تبني فيها.
سعادتك لو طلبت منك أنك توصف بكلمة واحدة مستقبل دبي، بس مستقبل دبي يعني شو هو الشعور عند الإنسان يلي ساكن أو زائر بدبي؟ شو الكلمة اللي بتوصف هذا الشعور؟
والله كلمة واحدة صعبة، بس في فلسفة دائما أشتغل.
خلي لك ياهن 5 كلمات.
لا بقول لك في فلسفة في كلمة واحدة دائما أشتغل عليها. أي بلد إحنا نروح له ونبغي نرجع له يعتمد على الذاكرة، على الميموريز اللي أنت عشتها في هذا البلد. فالذكريات في بلد معين تخليك مرتبط به وترجع له. الكلمة الثانية هي الأمل، الهوب. فدائما لما يكون عندك أمل في مكان تسير له أنك تكبر فيه وتزرع فيه وتتطور فيه، أنت تبغي تصير هذا المكان. فإذا جمعنا الكلمتين ناخذ الهوب والام اي يستوي هوم. فدبي هوم لكثير من الجنسيات
حقيقة. سعادتك بشكرك شكر جزيل. الرؤية ملهمة طبعا والتطبيق مبهر. يعطيكم ألف عافية وشكرا جزيلا، وشكرا لحضوركم جميعا معنا اليوم.
مشكورين.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 20.
It's quite windy. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third session. It is my honor to welcome Professor Leslie Loco. I'm going to call you Leslie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests. The session, as you heard, is entitled Reimagining Our Cities and What Does Belonging Mean in a Changing World? Now, I should say that... Oh, maybe
There's a
we'll wait.
question that I asked to those who I've departed from. What should I bring you in my effort to return?
I've been a maker for a long time. In between architecture offices, I found myself working with leather, found myself going to villages to build with earth, rammed earth houses, and feeling at home. So feeling like that's the thing I'm meant to do. I'm meant to be, in the field, using my hands.
NAS has been a time and place that has allowed for me to start a dialogue with the future. And in doing so, the idea of possibility has grown. Through the first nomadic African studio, I've written to the future.
So we welcome you to a conversation about a shared history of the future, or perhaps, shall we say, a history of future making, of future thinking. And it is Leslie's and my wish to let you know at the very beginning that we do not intend to give you an answer to the questions that appear on the screen behind us, but rather we want you to think, we want to ignite thought, we want to ignite conversations, and if you leave the session with a question mark in your mind, or more question than answers, then I would say we succeeded.
Yeah, wonderful.
So, to start off, Leslie, you established the African Futures Institute not too long ago, 2021. And since we're talking about the future, I want to ask you, what was your future thought when you established the Institute back 4 years ago?
Great. Well, thank you and welcome, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. I should say up front that I have never thought about the future as much as I have in the 48 hours that I've been here. So this is quite an unusual situation to be in. And a lot of people ask me, why did you choose the term the African Futures Institute? And I have to say, it was actually quite a random decision. I left the United States at the height of the pandemic and moved to Edinburgh in Scotland for a few months just to kind of decompress. And on one of my morning walks, I happened to be walking past part of Edinburgh University and saw a billboard for something that was called the Edinburgh Futures Institute. And I was curious about what that would be in an academic context, and read a little bit about it and decided that the interdisciplinarity of the Edinburgh Futures Institute was something that I wanted to emulate. And I should say up front that, as architects, we are already implicated in the future. Every act of architectural thinking and design is already a thought about what the future will be. So it's not as deterministic in a way. And the hybridity of an institute that moved between disciplines was really appealing to me, because I think people think of architects as very linear. So the future for me was something that was unformed somehow, and that was really appealing to try to build something that wasn't yet formed, which is not the way architects often think about things. So it was quite an odd decision, yeah.
You also mentioned in one of our earlier conversations that Africa and the Arabian Peninsula is often referred to as a very young continent or region. And when we speak of young, we don't mean young necessarily as in the countries have been established recently or have gained independence. But in fact, and I will, in true fashion of an academic, I will read from a book. So this is called The Penguin Atlas of African History. The book was published in 1980, but it was written in 1978. It gives you in about 59 pages the history of Africa, starting with 175 million years ago. So one cannot really talk about young as a continent. But what is more astounding is actually the last page of this book, which is a forecast. And since we're talking about the future, let's for a moment talk about what did the forecast for Africa look like in 1980. So in this publication, and I quote, it is written, Africa's current rate of population growth is higher than the world average. Indeed, a near 2.5%. Africa will make up 12% of the world's population in 2000. As against 10% in 1975. When we look towards statistics, we know in 2000, Africa made up 13% of the world's population. And currently, the average age of the population in Africa is 19.3%. And when you curated the International Biennale of Architecture at La Biennale de Venezia, one of the most important platforms for architects to gather every 2 years. In 23, you entitled the exhibition A Laboratory for the Future. Can you talk about what to you is the laboratory for a future vis-a-vis Africa and perhaps the Arabian Peninsula?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an interesting phenomena to be in a place that has young energy. Every time I land back in Accra, I notice this. There's a visible sense that the majority of people that you encounter have the majority of their lives in front of them. And that's a very different dynamic to when I teach in, let's say, in the global north. And when I was asked to curate the Venice Biennale, as you mentioned, it's one of the oldest exhibitions in the world, and I kept thinking, what does a young continent, which is simultaneously young and old, have to offer the world? And I was interested in the idea of a laboratory, not in the scientific sense of a laboratory where generally all things are controlled, all things are, the conditions are somehow equalized in order to produce an experiment. I was much more interested in the idea of the laboratory as a kind of workshop, as a place where you experiment with things, with ideas. And what was very unusual, I think, as the curator was I expected to have to do a lot of work with the participants I selected in order to bring their ideas out into the world. But actually everybody came pretty much ready to say what eventually they did say or exhibit. So I realized very early on that actually many people had been thinking a lot about what they wanted to say for a very long time, that they somehow came to the exhibition almost ready. And that was an interesting conundrum in a way, that I kept thinking of it as an experiment, but actually people already knew what it was that they wanted to say. So in some senses it wasn't experimental, it was actually quite profound, quite deep. But I also wanted to suggest that so many of the conditions that we have been facing in Africa for millennia, insecurity, political insecurity, instability, scarcity of resources, extraction, I mean, the list could go on, a lot of these conditions are now becoming familiar to the rest of the world. So in a sense, we've been working with these conditions for a very long time. And a little bit similar to this conversation, it wasn't so much an opportunity to tell the world about these conditions as rather to explore them and experiment and explain them together. So it was experimental in one sense, and on the other hand, it wasn't experimental at all because we knew what we wanted to say. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that, and we both spoke about this yesterday, kind of trying to understand how two architects fit within the future in a way. Now, as architects, you mentioned we constantly think of the future from a moment of the present, and all we know is actually the past. And when we obviously educate architects, we have to think of how do we train someone to envision the future, to think of the future, to talk about that. What are systems or methodologies that could do that in your mind?
I would say that there's two really key emotions in every architect. And it sounds a little bit cheesy, but in every aspect of design, there is the wish to do something better, to improve upon something. I mean, that's the impetus for design. So the idea that something can be improved, I think, is a really strong focus. The second is an optimism, a kind of belief that not only do you try to make things better, but that they will be better, otherwise why would you do it? So optimism, I think, is a really key component. And the third, which is very closely linked to optimism, is hope. That, you know, in every act of design there is the hope, and it's not the foresight, it's I think hope is the best way I could explain it, because you have an instinct, you have an inkling, you are trained in a certain way to measure certain variables, but there still is this unknown element. Well, how will people use this? How will people understand it? How will they occupy it? There's a certain element of the unknown, and I think particularly in an act that takes so long to come to fruition, the resources required to make any piece of architecture are enormous. You have to have a hope that it'll do as you expected. So there's a curious combination of a certain amount of humility in not wanting to predict and to be too forceful about how things will be, but at the certain time to have a very strong belief that what you're doing is for the good. Yeah.
I think it's also quite interesting when we think about buildings. Obviously, they impact climate, they impact how people meet, they impact the health of how we live together, how people engage at all. They have a huge impact on the political direction, potentially the economic direction. And I think as an architect, it's very often a quite daunting task because we do build, in some ways, a better hope for the future. And I think one of the questions is, do traditional educational models, and I'm referring now also to the introduction video that you saw from the Nomadic African Studio, which is kind of an alternative model of really thinking about space, culture, and people. Is that perhaps a better direction to really think of how do we build? Vis-a-vis and I should say I'm obviously an educator by heart as well, but there is often this question, what more can we do to prepare students for the future and to prepare them thinking about the future when they don't necessarily have the tools yet?
It's such a good question. I mean, you know, we're gathered here. I think one of the descriptions of this conversation is a fireside chat. And I was thinking about the sort of metaphor or the analogy. There is no fire. So we're obviously having a conversation in front of a lot of people, which is a strange way to have a conversation. But the impetus to share stories, to converse, to dialogue, I think is at the heart of learning. And I think increasingly education is moving away from that, moving away from the dialogue as the most important means by which we acquire knowledge, experience, understanding. And I think architectural education at this point in time is also in a moment of crisis. And it's partly to do, I think, with the expanding nature of architecture. I mean, you mentioned at the beginning that health, resources, materials, technology, artificial intelligence, these are all aspects that have something to do with the built environment. And as people who are trained to deal with the built environment, how do we cope with an ever-expanding field of knowledge? You know, our impetus, certainly in the way I was trained, was to be quite deep and not lateral. I think one of the things that attracted me to architecture was the idea of having a profession, that I would know something in enormous depth. But actually, the more I studied architecture, the broader it became. And so the less I understood in depth, the more I understood in width, let's say. And that's quite a hard metaphor, I think, for a profession. You know, professions are really driven by the expertise in quite narrow bands of knowledge. And actually, the built environment continuously expands. So I think our ways of teaching have to adapt. And this is partly, or probably, where the future really comes to play in quite a directed way, is, you know, what will the architect of the future look like? What will he or she be trained to do? What will the curriculum be in order to cope with this ever-expanding and ever-broadening field? I don't know that any of us have any of the answers, but at the same time, there are lots more experiments popping up, which in some ways gives me, again, that sense of optimism that none of us really know, but many of us have an instinct for a different way to teach. And that's becoming more the norm, I would say. Yeah.
I mean, some of the things that come to my mind as you're also speaking about, you know, optimism and kind of this willingness for the future is obviously the need for a dialogue, as you said.
Yeah.
And I think very often we do not take the time to have a dialogue. We do not take the time to really get to know a place, a culture, a context, and a space. And so I would even argue that perhaps we're all, in one way or another, educators. We're all teachers at our heart, whether we teach our children, we teach our team, or we teach our colleagues, we teach the families that might live away from where we are about the place that we now live in, or we teach one another here at the conference. I think at the end of the day, we're all trying to learn from one another. So perhaps these spaces of dialogue is where actually one can learn in one way or another the language of the future, but also how to engage. So what could be alternative spaces that are not within the institutions to learn how do we build and think of the future?
It's such an interesting, I mean, when we were thinking about the appropriate teaching format for the African Futures Institute, the word nomadic popped up in my head very, very early on. And, you know, in some ways, the nomad is the counter opposite of the architect. I always say that architecture's impulse is always to root, to be grounded, but this idea of mobility is also becoming the dominant thread of, you know, the 21st and the 22nd century. So again, you have this kind of contradiction between architecture's impulse to settle and the human impulse to move. So there's two forces that are somehow not diametrically opposed, but are always in tension. And I kept thinking, well, what would the teaching vehicle be that would somehow embrace or encompass this tension? Because I think it's particularly prevalent now because mobility is such a huge part of you know, our contemporary experience. And so when we thought about a teaching studio, I thought, well, why don't we reverse the action? So rather than have people come to us, to the Institute, let the Institute go to other places. But there's something in the move to another place that demands a different kind of intelligence, a different kind of attention, and a different kind of time. So in the 5 years of the Nomadic African Studio, we will move around the African continent. We started in North Africa, in Morocco. And it took the participants, we don't call them students anymore, a good 2 weeks to acclimatize, not just physically, but also emotionally, linguistically, in terms of ritual to the place before they were ready to learn. And that gave me an enormous insight into the importance of place. I mean, architects always talk about place, they always talk about the site. But as you said, very few people ever think about the time it takes to understand site. So I think, my experience with the Nomadic Studio has been that it's thrown up many more questions than it has given us answers. And maybe that's not such a bad place to start.
So it's really more about inquiry rather than systems than at that part.
Absolutely. And I've spoken a lot about this in my teaching career, about the difference between explaining something and exploring something. And I think part of the contradiction for people in the global south or outside the canon of architecture in the global north is that at the same time you're trying to explain who you are also trying to explore it in its fullest sense. And that task of trying to explain and explore simultaneously is incredibly difficult. The energy you take, and I'm talking about the intellectual energy, to try to understand your own culture, your own, and when I say language, I don't just mean spoken language, I mean architectural, physical, material language, how that relates to the canon that you've often been taught, that is a learning curve that's often not accommodated. So for people who come to the canon of architecture from other cultures, there's this journey of trying to understand how this canon intersects with your own, and what does yours have to give to it. So it's almost a double whammy in some senses, but it also produces, in my mind, the most interesting work.
So I was just thinking, what would be an equivalent space potentially to learn from the Arabian Peninsula, specifically from Dubai? And so there was one picture that we saw at the very beginning, the black and white picture. It showed Sheikh Rashid bin Said, who in his majlis, majlis comes from the Arabic word yajlis, which means to sit down. Mm-hmm. And it is actually a space that not only is community gathering and it's a decision-making space, but it's also an educational space. Yeah. Because this is where the younger generations meet with the older, where they learn customs, where they learn how to negotiate, they learn about traditions. And something that, so I've researched the majlis for many years, and something that I always thought was incredibly important and not very well respected or very well considered in academia is the notion of all history. So we are in a transient environment where history is not written, history is told through poetry, right? Through often storytelling. And you can only, when you go to, as you said, when you go to the place, in your case you took the institution to Fez, Morocco, you took the Nomadic Studio there. And I think here it would be, you would have to go into a majlis to really truly understand the culture and the connection, the way people relate to each other, and to understand what is it that inspires the development. And the question then, I think, really becomes you need to have curiosity as another kind of paradigm to really think about the future, because you need to be willing to engage.
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting things about, certainly about this part of the world, is the speed at which this part of the world has transformed. And it's a combination of will and appetite and resources, which is probably quite unique here. And at the same time, when we think about the kind of deep history, the deep roots of language, of ritual, of tradition, of ways of understanding the world, the two, in immense speed and immense depth, again produce a certain kind of tension. And rather than think of that tension as problematic, I often think of it as an intensely creative. So one of the things that really makes me question when I come to this part of the world is, what are the names that we give to these new forms of urbanism, these new forms of architecture, these new forms of community that you can see emerging here at speed in a way that you don't see in other parts of the world? I don't know that our language is developing fast enough to accommodate what we see and understand. And as educators, one of our tasks is to encapsulate these ideas, the phenomena that we see, in a way that can be taught to someone else. But when things are happening so fast that you don't even have time to catch your breath, I wonder, as educators, what does that mean for us? Like, where do we go to try and understand what's happening around us? I would say it's incredibly invigorating, it's incredibly energizing, but at the same time, it also makes me pause to really question, what is it that I know and what is it that I'm ready to impart? So complicated. Yeah.
It's very complicated, and we started kind of the conversation also with language, right?
Yeah.
And one thing to potentially also consider is, where does the word belonging come from? If you look towards etymology, there's a part of it long, which comes from the Latin longus. Longus refers to a long duration, distant, remote, or extended. It might also come from the German word lang, which means linearity, distance, or duration again. So it's quite interesting if you think about what then belonging might mean. Belonging actually refers to someone, how much they extend their time in a place and how much they engage. So again, it's the notion of time
yeah.
and engagement that really actually is key. But that also means belonging is different for you or me. It also means we have a different reference to what belonging might mean, and potentially the spaces that come out of that.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think, I started off by saying that when I became an architect, I wanted to understand something in depth. I wanted to understand something in its profoundness. And actually, after 35 years in architecture, I find that I know less than when I started. But it still keeps me curious. And I think that curiosity about not just the world, but the means by which we understand it, is one of the greatest gifts we possess. This idea that you're never at the end of understanding something, that you're always in the process. So thinking about the future, people think of the future as a destination. And for me, the future is a process. It's part of that journey, part of that duration of becoming, which we're all engaged in some way, and we're all still energized by. Yeah.
That's wonderfully said. And I think we want to finish with a quote from another book, the Dubai Report from 1987. And in this book, there's a beautiful coming together of a shared history of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, and I quote, "At the meeting point between Eurasia and Africa lies the Arabian Peninsula. Arabia has long been a land bridge that serves as a trading link between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, between Far East and Europe. Dubai's modern history began in the 19th century, but it continues far beyond. There are 4 things that make the future promising. The roots of Dubai's success lies in a favorable geographic location. I think it's the same for Africa. A farsight of its rulers, to the merchants, and number 4, an appetite for a better future." And we want to leave you with more appetite for a better future. And
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for listening.
الحضور الكريم، يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session is about to start. السيدات والسادة، الآن مع جلسة حوارية بعنوان من الذرة إلى النجوم، حدود جديدة لاستكشاف الكون، تديرها دكتور لوري كارنات، رئيسة مؤسسة Molecular Frontiers. Dear guests, now, a panel titled From Molecules to Stars, What's Next? Moderated by Dr. Laurie Carnath, President of Molecular Frontiers Foundation.
So, hello. I'd like to thank the organizers of this fascinating program for the invitation to be here and have the opportunity to speak with Professor Nico Madhusudan, or Madhu as he prefers. Today's conversation, titled From Molecules to Stars, will take us on a journey from the molecular fingerprints of alien skies to the grand story of how planets and stars come to be. Madhu and his team's scientific inquiry have transformed how we understand exoplanet atmospheres, uncovering the molecular recipes of these distant planets and how they form, giving rise to considerations of how they may or may not hold the ingredients to sustain life. These observations are not only momentous on their own, but as you will soon hear, are of potentially tremendous import for humanity as a whole, our place in the universe, and even our definition of life itself. So, Madhu, we're going to start with some of your observations. Your work has revealed astonishing details about the atmospheres of exoplanets. It represents something of a paradigm shift. For many years, exoplanet science was mainly about finding planets, counting them, tracing their orbits, and your work has helped to move us into the next frontier, actually understanding these. I believe that you have a few slides that will take us through some of your research.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning. Are you all excited? Yes? So, what is our future? And I mean it in the broadest sense, not us as a society, not us as a civilization, but us as a species. Right? Think about that. What is our future as a species? So for thousands of years, we as a species have always asked this fundamental question, are we alone? Are we alone in the universe, that is? Right? And our concept of when we talk about our place in the universe has evolved over thousands of years, all the way from not knowing absolutely anything about the cosmos to about 500 years ago, where we start to formally establish that the sun is at the center of the solar system, which is a trivial conclusion by today's standards, but it was as recent as 500 years ago when we were still questioning that. And did you know that we didn't know what the stars were made of until about 100 years ago? Okay? So even today, when we are thinking about are we alone in the universe, our concept of life elsewhere is mostly about life like us, like what is found on Earth, on an Earth twin, on an Earth-like planet. So that is the holy grail, if you will, is to ultimately find life on a planet exactly like Earth around a sun-like star, which is an Earth twin. But you want to ask the question, are we there yet? Can we actually do that? Can we actually find extraterrestrial life on an Earth twin? If you ask that question, there are two requirements. First, you need to find an Earth twin, right? Obvious. You need to find a planet around a sun-like star. The second is, if you found one, do we have the capability, the observational capability, the telescopes, to actually detect life on such a planet? The answer to both these questions is a big no. So sorry for disappointing you right at the beginning, but I promise the talk will end on a much more hopeful note, right? So what happened in the last 2 decades is we are going through a transformation in our understanding of planetary science and life in the universe, okay? Just in the last few decades. What we have learned is that actually Earth-like planets are not necessarily the most common habitable environments out there, at least we haven't found them so far, but there is a large range of other planets. So this is called the sub-Neptune regime. If you look at the solar system, there are the terrestrial planets, which is Earth-sized planets and smaller. And then there is Neptune, Uranus, and larger planets. These are gas giant planets with hydrogen-rich, thick hydrogen-rich environments, atmospheres. But then, if you look at planets around other stars, today, just in the last few decades, we have discovered over 6,000 exoplanets. And most of those planets are what is called as the sub-Neptune regime, between Earth and Neptune in size, for which we have no analog in the solar system. Can you believe that? We have found thousands of planets, and most of them have no analogs, no similarities in the solar system. So the breakthroughs that are happening at the cutting edge of exoplanetary science are motivated by this very simple question: are any of these planets that are in between Earth and Neptune in size potentially habitable? Can any of these planets host life? So 5 years ago, we made a theoretical breakthrough in answering that question, and came up with this concept of Haitian worlds, which you may have heard in the news and elsewhere. These are planets with ocean-covered surfaces, no land mass at all, just completely covered in oceans, and thin hydrogen-rich atmospheres. The temperatures and pressures at the bottom of those atmospheres are such that they would allow for liquid water on the surface. Now imagine a planet like this that is habitable. So we have theoretically established this over 5 years ago, that these oceans could in principle be habitable. This is an artist's rendition, so it's not a real planet, just so we're sure. But then the star is a red dwarf star, like an M dwarf star. So these are the kinds of environments which we think are the best places to look for life today, because the planets can be much bigger, 2.5 times bigger than Earth, around up to 10 times larger in mass than the Earth, and still be habitable. The planets being bigger means they're more amenable to observations, to atmospheric observations. Fair enough, so this was a theoretical prediction, but what about observations? So just 2 years ago, we looked at this planet, K218b, with the James Webb Space Telescope, and we wanted to see if there are any signs of atmospheric signatures in this planet. And this is using what is known as transit spectroscopy. Basically, when the planet goes in front of the star, you can measure the absorption of starlight that is passing through the atmosphere of the planet before reaching the observer, reaching the telescope. That's a cartoon of the James Webb Space Telescope. And these are some example observations where people have measured molecular abundances of other planets, like giant Jupiter-sized planets. So we then went ahead and said, can we actually look at this planet K218b with the James Webb Space Telescope? To give you a reference, this is a spectrum obtained with the Hubble Space Telescope. So you can see that little blip, and that was used to say that there is potentially water or methane in the atmosphere. But with just 14 hours of JWST time, what we found was this spectrum. This is amazing. You see these data points with error bars, and then the solid curves are models. That was a huge leap with just 14 hours of observation time with the James Webb Space Telescope. A subtle detail here is that this was the first time humanity has ever measured carbon-bearing molecules in the atmosphere of a habitable zone exoplanet. That happened just 2 years ago. Not only the carbon-based molecules, not only methane and carbon dioxide, but we also saw a tentative hint for a molecule called dimethyl sulfide in the atmosphere of this planet. It was a very tentative hint, but then we said, can we find this molecule elsewhere with another observation? The reason for that is that this molecule is known to be a biomarker. It's produced predominantly by life here on Earth. So then we went ahead and said, what would you predict if you looked at in the mid-infrared? And we found these are all theoretical models that you're seeing. We said that there could be those peaks in the spectrum if we looked at in a different wavelength range, and we actually found it. Isn't that crazy? This is just from this year. Early this year in April, you may have heard in the news of the first hints of life elsewhere. This is what we are talking about. So these are still tentative hints. We are talking about 95% to 99% confidence and the molecule being there against a model with the molecule not being there. But that's not good enough for science. We want to be sure at a level of more than like 1 part per million confidence that the molecule is not there. You see what I mean? We need to be sure that the molecule is definitely there at a very high confidence. So this is not good enough for scientific discovery, but it's good enough for us to be motivated to look further. So these are the first tentative evidence for the presence of potential biosignatures in an exoplanet. So these are obtained with two different instruments, so independent evidence. And as with every major discovery, there's a lot of debate going on in the field about how to interpret these observations. Are we actually seeing their biosignature or not? But so I put in all these questions up front just for completeness. So there is a lot of debate going on. But you can also ask, is K218b unique? And the answer is no. This is another planet, QI 270d. And this paper from this whole data set is out today, actually, on the archive. And we are also finding similar signatures of complex molecules beyond just methane and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So I'll summarize this by saying there are three fundamental advancements that have already happened with these initial observations. What we may be seeing is the first contact with a potentially habitable environment or more than one, which is wild because this is the first time in thousands of years of our history in looking for life, finally we have data that we can see tentative signatures in and that we can debate about. And then this is a unique congruence of theory and observation, as you know, is fundamental to sciences, where we made the theoretical prediction before the observations, and the observations go ahead and confirm it. And then regardless of whether these particular planets are habitable or not, we are seeing a new class of temperate sub-Neptunes that are potential for observations. So this decade, with these new facilities and these targets, are serving as, would serve as the launch pad in the search for life. So in my mind, the question is not whether we will find life. There is a good chance we will. The question is, are we prepared to find life as we don't know it? Think about that.
Okay, so thank you for that. That brings up quite a few questions that I'm sure you'd all like to hear the answers for. So if we think about what you said in your reference to Copernicus and the sun-centered solar system, we know that over time, science's wisdom brought us to the truth. And again, we have a lot of deeply ingrained biases and preconceptions towards what you're talking about today. What is, in view of what you've seen and what you've discovered and what you think you'll find ahead, what is in the broader context, the historical context for understanding not only our place in the universe, but also the philosophical implications of how we will look at ourselves going forward?
Yeah, so this is a momentous occasion, like in the history of science that we are going through. We are witnessing history as we speak. So as you rightly pointed out, so just to establish that the sun is at the solar system and the earth is going around it, people had to sacrifice a lot, sometimes even lives, in trying to convince everyone that that is the case. And it took us hundreds of years to get here. So finally, we have the data to ask the question, are we actually alone as a species, as life, right? So obviously, there will be a lot of debate around it, and we are going through those debates right now. But I think we are much better equipped right now to handle debates and arguments for and against this. And the implication on society is deep, is that for once, we will transport ourselves from being confined to a planet, psychologically, to this planet, to being a cosmic species. And to me, that is the biggest difference, is that you walk into the night sky, like you walk outside, look at the night sky today, and what you're looking out there is an inanimate sky with physical objects, the planets, stars, galaxies, and all that. That's what you're seeing. Imagine a future, not a very distant future, maybe in this decade itself, in the next few years, or maybe in a few decades. Imagine walking out, looking at the sky and knowing that there's a planet out there, there's a star out there, which you can see, with a planet around it, which is known to have life or signatures of life. What you're looking then is not an inanimate sky, but a living sky. It's like looking at a beach or a garden. And that is wild if you think about it, right? So that is our future. So our identity as a species is not that we are inhabitants of Earth, but that we are actually a cosmic species where the Earth is part of that cosmos. And I think that has huge societal ramifications.
It's huge indeed. But as you conduct your research, what you're doing also is you're challenging all of our assumptions about what planets and life could be. You're looking at worlds rich in carbon, oceans of exotic materials, even atmospheres completely unlike our own solar system. So this broadens our very definition of what life might be, habitability, and it reminds us that life can arise perhaps under conditions very different than the Earth's. So what are some of the most interesting things that you've seen about exoplanet compositions, and how close do you think we are in determining life, whether it's life as we know it or another form of life?
Yeah, so thanks for that question. One of the biggest assumptions we have made all along, even within the sciences, is that we have to look for life like Earth on an Earth-like planet. This is what I was hinting at in my talk. So with these theoretical and observational breakthroughs happening simultaneously, what we are realizing is that actually the environments could be extremely different. We are talking about planets with just entire oceans, no land mass, and the oceans can be very deep. On Earth, they're of the order, like you can go up to 10 kilometers or so for the deepest oceans. Whereas on these kinds of planets, the oceans can be hundreds of kilometers deep, and there is no ocean floor, there is no sand floor in the ocean. The water would transform into high-pressure ice at the bottom, right? So just to imagine what those environments would be like is already wild. We don't have any concept of such planets. So we are having to do the theoretical calculations, be imaginative about it, and do the observations simultaneously. So this is a diverse set of environments we are thinking about. And the atmospheres are hydrogen rich. They're not nitrogen or oxygen rich like we see on Earth. They're hydrogen rich. That has some benefits for life, but that may also have some counter benefits or disadvantages for life. And we are trying to work all these things out as we speak. So we are seeing a vast diversity. I mean, theory is one thing. We can do all the theory, but ultimately you need observations to confirm them. And the greatest thing now is that we actually have those observations. We are already seeing these molecules, methane and carbon dioxide for sure, but also these other more complex molecules that are potentially indicative of life, or some other complex chemical process that we don't know of. So we need to remain open to all those possibilities and tread carefully as we go ahead. So we don't want to claim that we have found life prematurely. We only have candidates, but we want to do our due diligence before we get to that point.
Okay. So this brings us your observations, and you're looking at life perhaps in a different context to what we're used to, can possibly help us in understanding the origin of life here on Earth and potentially elsewhere as well. And this is one of the largest unsolved queries of science. For centuries, we've asked if the Earth could be the exception, just an accidental mixture at the right moment and time or could it be a chemical inevitability that may occur elsewhere? And this is something that for centuries has not been able to be solved. If you think about the renowned scientist Francis Crick, he believed that original living cells traveled through space on an asteroid and landed to be a starter colony of life. And interestingly, all 20 amino acids, if not actual living organisms, have been found in space. Now, you know also that there are many origin of life studies here that look at RNA scenarios, spontaneous emergence of Darwinian evolution in physical chemical systems. So what are your thoughts on how this can help us in understanding how life started?
So I want to make two very important points here. One is that if you think of all the laws of physics and chemistry, right, that you read in textbooks, what we also know is that these laws don't just apply on Earth, but they apply universally. So we can look at stars, planets, galaxies, and all that, and we know that many of the physical principles that we talk about here on Earth also apply on a cosmic scale. But there is one area, a fundamental area of human exploration that has never been tested cosmically, that's biology. Because there is only one example we know, that's the Earth. So a detection of life automatically, even one detection, automatically makes biology a universal process. Mm-hmm. And that's a huge jump in our understanding of fundamental processes. So from a scientific point of view, that is one major breakthrough that will happen. The second bit, and more directly to the origin of life, is that here on Earth, as you pointed out, we don't know how life originated here on Earth, which may come as a surprise for many of you, but that's a big open question even on Earth. So what we think will happen is that by looking at these very diverse environments that are nothing like Earth, if we find life there, so those sorts of observations will inform us on the diversity of conditions under which life can emerge in planetary systems. And that could instead, in turn, help us understanding how life originated here on Earth. So can you imagine trying to solve one of the biggest fundamental questions on Earth by looking at a planet that is hundreds of trillions of miles away? Right? This planet, K218b especially, is 124 light years away. That's hundreds of trillions of miles. So that's what we are talking about. It's wild in all sense of the word, is that you're looking at planets that are trillions of miles away and making atmospheric observations. You can establish the conditions as well as the potential presence of life on them. And those sorts of observations will help us inform us about biological processes here on Earth and how they emerge. So I think that we are going through a very wild time in the scientific exploration of our own planet as well.
So our oldest concept of life has been the one that has served us best until recently, that the notion that all life derives from previous life. This doesn't exclude new life evolving from earlier life, but it does exclude things that do not arise from previous life. Robotic life, artificial life, digital life, etc., are by this definition at least not life forms, unless they come from something that's already living. Almost everything that defines life can be synthesized, but the complexity of putting everything together exceeds that possibility for now. So I just have come from a program at NYU where we looked at how DNA structures are being used from everything from therapeutic tools to robotics and a range of other applications, and this further blurs our current definition of life. So are we prepared to redefine life as we know it?
That's a very good question. So in summary, are we prepared to identify life as we don't know it, and are we prepared to redefine life as we know it? And I mean, we don't have a good answer to that question right now. We are at that very edge of scientific discovery where there are more open questions than there are answers. But what we are fortunate is that we are even sitting here and talking about it, where we have actual data, right? So our starting point right now is to use the Earth as a template and the life on Earth as a template to begin with. So for example, if someone asks, well, if you found DMS in K218b or other exoplanets, what does it mean? What kind of life are we talking about? So we don't know yet, but what we do know is that life on Earth, most microorganisms like phytoplankton produce DMS. DMS is mostly produced by marine microorganisms. So, and such organisms were there very early on in life's evolutionary history. So that is our baseline assumption, is that we are looking at least very simple microorganisms that could be producing these molecules. But how much more complex it can get, there is no upper limit, right? So don't imagine every sort of complex life you can. Let's stick to the basics and say at least there is microbial life, and then work from there as we gain more and more data in our inferences. So we have to be scientifically robust about it. But you're right that we don't have a good definition for life even on our own planet. And welcome to the frontier of science, is that there are burning open questions like that, and the show must go on. We must make more observations and see if we can piece together a unified picture.
Well, I think also what you're saying is that this could be replaced, life could be replaced by a new definition, perhaps with several nuances.
Absolutely, absolutely. What excites me most is that the diversity of environments that we are seeing, and just imagining the kind of life at any level of complexity that is possible. So we need all those theoretical and experimental work. And then we also need the observations to find these molecules and see if there are any non-biological explanations to them. And if not, then life ends up becoming the most favored explanation. and then we have to work backwards to see like what sort of life is possible if we start from like the very basic principles of life on Earth. But as you said, like there are a lot of open questions on how we define these things, even in biology. So we have to keep an open mind and we could be wrong in many ways, but at least the journey has started, right? And that to me is wild, that the journey in our search for life has started where we are beginning to get data. And looking forward, in the future, we'll look back on this moment, and I'm pretty sure we'll be saying 2023, 2025 is when that like transformation happened, when we finally as a species started to get enough data to actually ask the question, is this life that we're looking at?
Well, I want to put Madhu's work into context in a way. Any discovery of life beyond Earth would be one of the biggest discoveries in human history. Just even this discovery of simple life would answer the question whether life is a rare accident or a natural outcome of the universe. The discovery of intelligent life would have major implications, and as Carl Sagan once said, it would be a humbling reminder that we are not the center of the universe. And we can thank this man and his team for bringing us to this point where we're even asking that question. I think that this is a topic that is going to continue to evolve, perhaps even quickly. And we look forward to continuing the discussion. So I want to thank you. And if you have anything else you want to add, please do.
Thank you, Laurie. I would like to thank the organizers and everyone here for making this session happen. But I would also like all of us to congratulate ourselves as a species, right? To me, it's really wild. I live through this day and night in trying to make these observations, build these theories. But if I take a step back, it is a celebration of us as a species that over thousands of years of modern evolution and tens of thousands of biological evolution and millions of years of more complex evolution, that we have finally arrived at a stage where we are a technologically capable cosmic entity, right? We are no longer a unique species sat on one planet and the rest of the universe being inanimate. We are actually a cosmic entity. We have the capability to look and say that if that planet's got life on it, we will be able to find it. So to me, it's no longer about national boundaries, about geographical boundaries, and there are big questions on Earth that we have to solve, but also us as a species as a whole. I think we can congratulate ourselves in arriving where we are at after thousands of years of modern scientific evolution. So thank you, everyone.
السيدات والسادة
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025.
Programming our geography.
What is the role of creativity? What does value really mean?
What is my utopia? What is my community's utopia?
What kind of education revolution is needed?
There's so many solutions yet to be uncovered.
Tools that we never had before.
The imagination is a remarkable space.
But we have a choice. The difference between that world that we want and that world that we don't want is us.
Why are we here? What is our purpose?
To see a future and to create a future.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How are you? Okay. I like that. We start by a round of applause. Okay, thank you. We are a bit nervous. Thank you, thank you. So we are very happy to have this session with you today on the role of foresight in the corporate world. And I'm very fan of the title. I don't know if you have the title of the session, but it is Business or Foresight. And I didn't choose that title, but when I saw that immediately, I think about, this very provocative, controversial vision of Milton Friedman back to the 1970s, where the business of business is business. And I was thinking, is it the same for foresight, Is the business of foresight also business? And because when you are thinking about doing foresight in private corporate organization, of course, are all other components of the organization, the idea is to contribute to growth. But which kind of growth? Or is it only the mission of foresight? So this is the kind of question we're going to discuss today with a wonderful panel. I am very happy to bring a bit of diversity. We are already in the future with those wonderful women, with Geraldine from Shell, with Lauren from PepsiCo, with Maria from IKEA. And so I'm Olivier Desbier. I am heading the Foresight team at AXA Group, the insurance company. And so one more time, we are very pleased to have this conversation with you today, because it is obvious that private organizations are also operating in a world that is much more turbulent, much more uncertain, complex. We have a lot of vocabulary of this kind in the foresight world. I used to say that, or I would prefer saying that we need to be ready to face surprises, because it is much more neutral. Some surprises can be positive, other negative. And I guess this is the role of foresight in our organization to help doing that, to help anticipate and to help adapt the world in which we are operating. As you are going to see soon on the screen, I think that corporate foresight is gaining momentum. This is just some recent publication, recent report, just over the last 2 years, with an interest on how foresight as a tool maybe is used in corporate organization. On the right side, you have especially a very recent publication from the Bavarian Foresight Future Institute on the state of corporate foresight, with, at least to me, 2 very interesting insights. One is the fact that 40% of organizations have a dedicated foresight unit. It doesn't mean that other organizations are not interested in the future, but it's not structured in the same way. And this leads me to another study or another work that you have on the left of the slide from the EDEC Business School. I know that René was part also of different panel here, and they are doing many things, on assessing the future readiness of organization, whether actually public or private. And they are demonstrating that organizations that have a very structured way of doing foresight are overperforming the average of their sector of industry. So I guess it is good for our jobs now, having this kind of figures. And this is also the kind of question that we are exploring through FIG Foresight Inside Group. So all organizations are part of this unique network. It is a niche, we could say, because it is people doing foresight of future in global and large organizations. And this is also what we are exploring, thanks to Joanna Le Poré. I can say it with my French accent for once, and I'm sure that you know her. So we want to really dig on what is also the ROI of foresight. And we have a wonderful panel today to discuss that all together. And I wanted to start with that. It is also a good way to name other organizations. This slide comes from our good friends from the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies, but it is adapted from the Institute for the Future. So we can see that it is foresight is a big community. And I guess it's very interesting, whether you are in the public or the private sector, to say, okay, if you are a futurist, or if you consider yourself as a futurist, who you are, or who you want to be in your organization, maybe. And I want to start with you, Geraldine, because, so of course, we prepare a bit this session, and I ask you where you think you should be localized, and it is where you are. It's AI. Huh? You know how your face pop up into the screen?
I know that we discussed, a way to sort of, identify where we are, and I was hoping you weren't going to do the face. You did the face, okay. Yeah, so I think in Shell we're quite. I think no organization will pick one archetype. So I think that's the first thing, and I think we could probably pick 3. So I would say, and I have to look back. I'm sorry, but I have to look. So it's the resident futurist. I do think that we're trying to embed the mindset across the organization, and actually what we want is for folks across Shell in all geographies and lines of business to have the mindset, right? So we in the scenarios team are resident futurists, but I would say that hopefully we're going to create multiple generations and cohorts. Certainly strategic planners, we do pride ourselves in Shell, using scenarios as one of the tools, right, to produce strategic decisions and strategic plans. So certainly that would be the other one that we would identify. And then we also like to think of ourselves as the thought leaders. So we do like to share our insights, not just inside the organization, but outside. So I think that's where we sit. This is why my face is up there in between those three. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Geraldine. Maria, this is where you are. I think you told me between thought leader and the innovation or insight team. That's it?
Yes.
This is the way you will define your role at IKEA?
Yeah, I'm a little bit like Geraldine. I'm in between a lot of different roles, or the Foresight function is in between different roles. But today I would place myself here. The strategic Foresight leader role that I have sits within the global insights team within IKEA. So therefore, we're part of the insights team. And IKEA is an optimistic company. We try to find opportunities, and that is also why they turn to Foresight. We want to see the future opportunities. So therefore, I place myself close to the insights team or innovation team. But at the same time, of course, we have the ambition to provoke, to challenge assumptions, and therefore also be thought leaders in what the future may hold. Sometimes I'm traveling down to the strategic Foresight planner role as well, where we try to feed Foresight into strategies and innovation plans. It's a little bit in between.
I love that. I guess it's a good definition also. When you are, I used to say that when you are doing Foresight in organization, you need to be opportunistic sometimes, So I guess it is completely right what you say also, Geraldine, that we are maybe part of different archetypes. Lauren, on your side, it is nice because you all have a different setup, and it is also well resonate with the title of the session. How do strategy diverge sometimes? So on your side, what is your location in the organization?
Well, yeah, spinning apparently, but I think it's just worth understanding. So Foresight's in PepsiCo as a capability only started 4 years ago, so very, very different from Shell. So at the start, we had to be in the thought leader position. We were trying to understand what Foresight meant for PepsiCo, how we did it at PepsiCo, what would work. So at that point, it was about building the foundations, trying to understand the big external changes that would impact the business. And that was putting us very much in a thought leader position because we weren't ready to do anything else. We were doing pilots and so on, but we weren't able to really be at, strategic planning. However, I'd say the first 3 years was building that foundation, and now we're at a point where we are trying to move to that strategic planning position. And I think that's really, really important, and I'm sure we'll come on to it when we talk some of the other questions, but thought leader is a nice place to be, but strategic planning and influencing the way the business works and the work the business does, that's an essential place to be. So that's the journey that we're on at the moment.
Okay. I have just a very short follow-up question for all of you because I didn't introduce your role during my introduction. It was for purpose. First, because it is too much information for me. I'm just a man, sorry for that. but the real reason, I think it is interesting to know, I'm curious to know what is your, I would say, your title or the way you use to introduce yourself to other colleagues in your organization.
Yeah, so, so my title is Chief Political Analyst. And I sit within what is affectionately called the Scenarios team. But we are now, I think, technically called Strategy, Insights, and Scenarios, although I'm sure it'll change at some point again. But Scenarios team. And the way that we are organized within the Scenarios team is that we have areas of expertise. So we are truly an interdisciplinary team. My team obviously look very much at the politics, geopolitics, but also we are tied very deeply into methodology. So when we want to geek out about scenarios and futures thinking, you come to the politics team, right? But we have the economics team, we have the energy team, we have a climate change advisor as well. And then orbiting those four, we have strategic communications and competitive intelligence. So that's the team itself. And I would just quickly say, because I think it's really worth noting as well around where we are localized, right? Sort of, as you say, in the organization. And we're privileged that we are very much situated within, sort of the strategic groups, right? So we have our strategy teams, our sister teams, that we sit alongside, which means that we have direct access to the strategy teams, and we report directly into the most senior leadership of Shell, which means that our ultimate client, of course, is the most senior leadership of Shell, who dictate and produce direction, right? They are the ones who make those difficult choices. We feed directly into them. So we have a really privileged position to have that sponsorship, that we have that mandate. But what I would say is that we never forget that actually, of course, Shell is an organization that has, 85,000 employees approximately. We're on every continent of the planet. We have to be as well very cognizant of what's happening in the region. So we also do lots of reach out. We build lots of relationships with the lines of business across the geographies and country teams as well, specifically. So we know who our ultimate client is, and it's the man upstairs, but literally, but we actually very much cultivate those relationships across the organization.
Okay. Maya?
Yeah.
How do you introduce yourself to your colleague? What is your role, your title in the organization?
Yeah. The title is Strategic Foresight Leader, and when you ask where the team sits, it's a little bit difficult to answer. So my role sits in the Global Insights team within IKEA, and that is a supporting function to all business areas within IKEA, not in connected to strategy and innovation and C-suite, as in Shell, which would have been lovely, but we are in the Insights team. But we do have the assignment to help all the businesses. When I say team, it's me with Foresight in the title, but in the Insights team, we are a handful of people who try to work with insights that are connected to the future, to guide strategic innovation and strategies within IKEA. And I must also say that IKEA has a very, very long tradition of being very visionary, and we have been working with Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies for many, many years, but in pockets. And there are a lot of innovation teams and strategy teams that look into the future in different ways. But my role now in the Insights team is to build the capabilities, how to look at the future in a more regular and structured way, a little bit like you were doing, Lauren, building up the capabilities. So very much there. I started in 22 in this title, but we have been working with what I see as the foundation for looking into the future, the macro driving forces for many, many years within IKEA. So we sit in the insights function, but there are people across the organization working with futures, I would say.
I want to extend the question to you also, Lauren, because I have in mind also the report I mentioned at the beginning from the Bavarian Foresight Institute, because there is another very interesting insight. They mentioned the fact that most of organizations doing foresight, they are planning from 3 to 10 years, and you have maybe less than 10% of organizations planning to more than 10 years. And I was thinking about you because you are in the fast-moving consumer goods, so it means I guess the cycle are very short in terms of product in your industry. So I'd like to know how you are managing that tension or that challenge, because of course time is our raw material as a foresight practitioner or futurist. So how do you align short-term and your long-term projects or objectives?
Yeah, no, it's great. So I think for those of you who are less familiar with FMCG, I would say, so I've been in PepsiCo for a really long time, and this is a catch-all, but I would say we had a relatively stable, the world was relatively stable for our business. So we could pull levers with retailers, we could become more efficient, we used our scale, and we would generally grow. We'd use trends for innovation, like 1 to 2 year, 3 year trends, and that worked really, really well. The world was becoming more volatile, and then COVID hit. And I think us and other FMCGs, very similarly, started to realise that actually we do need to look much further ahead. Like the 2-3 year trends were not getting us far enough. And so the foresight capability was set up. That's not to say that we weren't looking and using foresight before then. So I would say there were places in the organisation where it was already embedded. So we absolutely have been using and looking into the future for our sustainability agenda. So PEP Positive, if anyone saw Shell Bio talk yesterday. So that has certainly been the view of where we want to go to in terms of sustainability was embedded. We had it very similarly, we had it in silos, in R&D and so on. But this idea of actually doing it across the business and really doing our planning, we had 1-year plans, 3-year plans, and we did do further out plans, but really incorporating that external world and balancing short and long term, that wasn't necessarily embedded in a process. So you'd get people who, even when I started, you'd get people who were really into understanding how long-term change, and then you'd get those who are really focused on the now. And I think in the world we're in now, there is this real tension because the world is changing so much. There's issues today that we need to be agile and solve for in the moment. At the same time, as we're making the case that we need to be planning, what is our vision for 10 years out, so that we're making decisions and investments today that mean we're growing in the longer term. And you know that message is absolutely landed, and we're really starting to see impact and success with that. But yes, it's always going to be a tension. Because, and the one other thing I'd add is, because we're a short-term business, ROI is like, people expect to see, okay, what's the return on my investment? Because the return comes straight away. And Foresight is the one place where it doesn't come straight away. So it's like, well, are we influencing plans? Are we influencing innovation pipelines? Are we influencing investments? That would be, that has to be our ROI for the short term. Yeah.
Yes, I completely agree. I completely understand what you are saying, because, you know, one of my hobbies is asking questions also in my organization, but it is not what leaders are always expecting, you know. They want to have simple answers sometimes. But you mentioned the volatile world, and it is a question for you, Geraldine. And I remember also getting my experience when I entered AXA as a head of Foresight 7 years ago. I used to talk about, you know, black swan and to also educate internally on what is Foresight, etc. And to me, black swans were very theoretical, you know. And I guess, as you mentioned, the world has changed over the last 5 years, probably just over the last 10 months or so. So I'd like to know if you feel that your role is different now in the organization, if your mandate is a bit different. How do you see yourself in this new setup?
Yeah, listen, you mentioned one of the menageries, so I have to just look at Alex, because Alex and I are just designing the training for next week. We do these trainings to, you know, embed mindset in the organization. And we were talking about the menagerie, and actually, so we have the black swan, we have the grey rhinos or black elephants, and then we have the black jellyfish, which is a new addition to our menagerie that we've, you know, added. I think Dr. John Sweeney was one of those who coined that term, as well as others. And I think that it's absolutely true that we have to be, I think, my issue or my concern, my worry is that, especially in corporate strategic, you know, sort of foresight, we have been using inductive approaches because we say we don't want to predict the future, but we're actually trying to catch it, right? So, and maybe that's a better way of saying it, but trying to catch it and produce scenarios or narratives about where the future might be going, but in a way that is so tangible and so realistic, that you really have to ground it in the realities of today so that it makes sense. You know, this is true, this is going to happen. The problem with that, and again, to your point, that has worked for a very long time. Actually, we were catching the range, right? And we were catching the future that eventually emerged. I'm not so sure that that's working for us anymore. So I think that we do need to recognize that actually what we should be doing as the corporate, you know, sort of foresight teams is to learn from those other foresighters who are in the public sector, who are in academia and in other organizations, because quite frankly, they are using incredible tools, you know, like archetypes and, you know, really transformational scenarios, you know, techniques. And I actually think that's where the win is. So for us right now in Shell, we're just, in our team, we're experimenting with methods that actually combine both the inductive approach as well as sort of the more, let's say, radical thinking where true imagination can happen through archetypes or other frameworks, and combining those, right? So, and I think that's what we're starting to see now. And it's really interesting, the kinds of scenarios you produce then, right? So that's what I think is sort of the latest phenomenon in my team, at least.
Okay.
I look at my team, they're sitting over there, they're nodding profusely, right? Yeah.
May I build on that a little bit?
Of course.
Thank you. So I definitely agree with you. We can't have that inductive approach. We need to expand our thinking. Also, in a corporate environment, that is difficult because you also need to, I like how your phrase said, we need to show a return on investment. They would like to be able to take decisions based on the different future narratives that we give them. And just a very simple example that I had to try, because I tried to paint those really vivid visions about the future. We have looked into different future worlds of 2040 that are macro environments and tried to make them quite vivid. But when I succeeded to cut through to our strategy teams was when I was very, very precise. So one of these scenarios were about where we are living in symbiosis with AI and post-singularity kind of. But I just said, AI has taken over, so everything you see has gone extreme. Another one was about how we are more fluid in society, where everything is in transit. Then I said, okay, migration has gone extreme. So you need to be very sharp and short for some audiences. Then it doesn't become as explorative or imaginative, but it helped them, okay, now I know better what to do. Still, they're exploring different possible futures. So that helped me.
And I have another question for you, Maria, because, and also based on my experience, I remember when I started my role, I spent maybe, I would say, more than 50% of my time just explaining my role to other of my colleagues. You can do that for 2 or 3 years, but I think then it's not possible, because especially from a ROI perspective, it's not so good. But it is important to explain also what is Foresight, to have some big principles also to respect, etc., when we think about the future. And so what I mean is that I spend a lot of time to also engaging also with my colleagues. So you are part also of a big and large organization. So how do you manage making Foresight resonate around also decentralized organization?
I do have the same challenge. I need to explain on a daily basis what I'm working with and on, and people go, that is exciting. And then they kind of turn away because it's too difficult. They look for the questions, or for the answers, not the questions that we can give them. So how I have done it since I started is, I was very fortunate. We've done megatrends analysis for many years within IKEA, but maybe we've done it a little bit in isolation. So my ambition when I started was to very much involve people in the research work. So really acknowledge the fact that we have experts in the team on technology or on social factors or on political factors, involving the risk teams, involving the treasury teams, involving the sustainability teams in the process. And through that, I got a lot of ambassadors, maybe not in futures and foresights, but at least they were on their way. And now when we're moving more into scenario planning to guide the strategic processes, we are bringing people on a journey again. It is not comfortable, but they kind of lean in. So we bring them with us when we do signal scanning so they can try it out themselves. It's a challenge in the beginning, but somewhere along the journey, in the process, something clicks and something happens. And they suddenly understand, this is what Foresight can give me. It can expand my thinking. It can help me to overcome my own biases. And I learn from the dialogue in that process. So that is how I think I succeed. I'm not there yet. We are on the journey still. But that is one of the things that make it more successful than it would have been.
Yes, I think it's very important to be able to democratize Foresight in the organization so that people cannot think that we have superpower, in being able to read the future. And yes,
but we don't have superpowers?
Me? No.
No.
You have?
Oh, sorry.
No, you have.
No,
No,
yeah,
I'm
okay.
just a man. I don't have any superpower. I don't know, maybe. Okay, maybe just to continue on that, do you think, and also because it is the second day at the Dubai Future Forum, so maybe you went through different panels, do you say that in the corporate world, Foresight is a luxury or necessity to you, especially if you compare to how other people are doing future in NGOs, for government, things like that? What do you think? Who want to start?
Okay. I think of course, foresight is not a luxury. Having strategic plans based in the extent that are going to succeed in a changed world is not a luxury. However, there is a risk, and I think this page actually for me shows that risk. If I was just stayed in the thought leader piece, there is a huge risk as being seen as a luxury. As long as foresight is seen as interesting and people go, oh, that's really provocative, oh, I really enjoyed that, and then walk away, if it's interesting but not useful, it will be seen as a luxury. So that is why we've really focused now on making sure that we are embedded in a strategic planning process so that people can see, they can join the dots, because it's very easy to go, that's really interesting, it's 10 years away, and you have to get people to join the dots between what they're doing today and the decisions they're taking today and foresight. And there's a lot of hand-holding. To me, it seems really obvious, but I wouldn't say it always is. And so, of course, it's not a luxury, but it's a huge risk that it can be seen because there's no ROI immediately, and so if you're looking at budgets, well, actually, that's nice to have, but actually there's other things that are more important. So that's our job, is to make sure that it is seen as an absolute necessity.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's a rhetorical question, right, Olivier, right? I think especially now that there is recognition around sort of complexity and uncertainty, right? There's sort of the two key parameters as to why you would do foresight in a corporate. And I think that there is a real acknowledgement now that, wow, there's a lot of stuff happening and we need help, right? And so there's two things. One, I want to just piggyback on what you just said, because revealing the dilemmas of the work that you've produced. Now, on the one hand, yes, you take people on a journey with you so that it becomes their content. They own it, they understand it, they've internalized it, so you don't have to convince anybody. That's great, right? Take people on a journey. But the other piece is around, well, then, why does this matter, and how do we then solve the problem? And actually, that is really where the rubber hits the ground. And if you don't have your partnerships in place, and if you don't know the right people in the organization who can help you answer those questions, because we don't have the answers. We ask great questions, and then we don't have necessarily all the answers, and that's so frustrating. And then that credibility gets, there's a risk that the credibility at that point is undermined. So you need to have your partners in place who can help you translate what the dilemmas mean, and then how they can be overcome. Because I think also increasingly the answer has to be not just, oh, well, thanks for highlighting why this is important, but now tell me what I need to do about it. So your partners are absolutely incredible. So that's on the one piece. And the other hand, I was going to just say, I love this forum. Love this forum. And especially this year, of course, we talked a lot about AI, and obviously AI in Foresight. And, we're looking at AI in Foresight. But I think, if anything, it has accentuated where the limitations need to be set. I think you could go ahead and use AI as a prolific, part of your toolkit, right? You could get AI to produce your scenarios for you, to write the stories for you, to even profile, your clients for you, to check the bias for you. But I think that the real risk there, and I'm going to look now at Betty Sue Flowers in the front row, is that it actually undermines our own ability to understand how important storytelling is. Because it is great. AI writes incredible reports, right? They write scenarios and stories based on our prompts or our input in unbelievable ways, better than I can. But what they don't understand is who your client is. They don't understand the journey that you need to take your client on. And that is something that we need to train ourselves to do. You have to get your hands dirty. You need to do this stuff as a Foresight practitioner, because you need to understand the importance of psychology and of the EQ, right? The interpersonal skills, those relationships, absolutely profound. So, and there is no better person in this room, hands down. And Betty Sue Flowers knows exactly how important this is, right? And she's an inspiration for storytelling, really, to all of us. So we cannot lose sight of making sure that we have our teams actually doing storytelling, really going through the pain of storytelling, right? AI is there to help us as an assistant. It will collate, it will aggregate, it will, help us, let's say, see the weak signals that we perhaps don't see because of our own biases, but it cannot, and it should not do much more than that, in my opinion.
Yes, there are a lot of debate on Foresight and AI and how it can be used.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have some questions, it is a way for me to say that we will have the opportunity to open the question to the floor in a few minutes on that. And yes, a lot of debate. I remember we discussed that also with our good friend from the Copenhagen Institute on the value of fast foresight in a way.
Yeah.
And one time we can do a lot of things and it can be very useful, but to me there is a risk that it can also gadgetize a bit our role in the organization. So I come back to my question on this. Is it a luxury or not? And maybe I can rephrase it a bit for you, Maria. I mean, if your foresight work disappear tomorrow at IKEA, what will be missing in your organization?
I think what would be missing is what you want to, Geraldine, those deep conversations around what does this mean? What should we do now? And when you were speaking, I was starting to think about the connection that I've done, but maybe not said out loud. I do see a strong connection between that part of the foresight work and coaching. So when you coach people to grow, that is exactly what you do, I think, in foresights. When you've created all those beautiful futures and content, you need to coach people into how to immerse in them and what do they mean for you. So I think that is my answer to your luxury question and add-on.
Definitely. Maybe a question on the value. We are the Dubai Future Forum. Forum is an important word. It means that we are in a platform, we are connecting people. This is also the role of FIG to connect people. So I'd like to know what is the value of networks of this kind for you. Geraldine, you talked a bit already about it also, to liaise with maybe other kind of organization, whether public, etc. So maybe with Lauren, what is the value of networks to you?
I mean, I think it's been really interesting, having done a really long time in Insights, then moving to Foresights, that with Insights, even just within PepsiCo, I mean, there were hundreds of insight experts and millions of agencies, and I could talk to people about insights whenever I wanted, no problem. I always had people to talk to. When I came into Foresight, I realized there were so few people to talk to. So one of the first things I did is I pulled together a group within PepsiCo of Foresight experts in R&D. I don't know if anyone here has spoken to Joe from PepsiCo. He's here from design. So we've got people in design and geopolitics. So internally, we had a small group to talk around issues and so on. But something like FIG and coming here, I just find it invaluable because I'm learning. This is so new for me. And so to learn from other companies and from other practitioners, and, you know, there's so much I don't know. But actually talking to people makes me realise, as I've gone on the journey, like, oh, actually, I do know some stuff now as well. So that it's just really, really useful and challenging my thinking and bringing in different perspectives of how to do things. You know, and I remember I was talking to somebody from the European Space Agency. I mean, we couldn't be more different. I'm like working on a 3 to 10 year horizon. She's working on a 50 to 100 year horizon. And yet we still had the same questions and issues, and it was still really therapeutic to chat it through. So I do think just FIG and being here and just expanding the small Foresight network I've got is incredibly useful.
Yeah, I can build on a quote that was shared yesterday, standing on the shoulder of giants. That is what I feel. So the networks, FIG, CIFs, this forum are crucial for me. I consider myself a newcomer in the Foresight area. I learn a lot and we exchange a lot, but also I realize I know a lot. Maybe not from the Foresight discipline, but from other disciplines. And as Foresight is interdisciplinary, I believe, then we can learn so much from each other and from different networks. Connected innovation and Foresight.
Just building on that, I think we've actually had this conversation. So we both come from Insights. I mean, I have a huge expertise in consumer. And so bringing Foresight to consumer together, so understanding future consumer needs, actually is something I think I am bringing and adding. But that's been really useful. It's like bringing other people's Foresight skills together with my consumer skills. So that's, and then sharing that back. It's quite nice to share back sometimes.
You mentioned consumer, so I want to extend to a last question prior to open the question to the audience, because we are all, and you are all part of global organization. So how do you ensure that the futures you are exploring are representative across cultures, across generations, across geographies? How you are managing that?
All right. I mean, so two things, right? When we do Foresight, we say a couple of things. One is we're there to challenge assumptions. And two, one of the ways that we do that is by seeking out different perspectives. So that's kind of like, you know, that's the groundwork, right? We always do that in every project. The only way to really effectively get a proper understanding of the driving forces in play and why they're in play and where they might go is to go and speak to the people that you don't normally speak to that have different perspectives. So, you know, depending on what the subject is about, we try and bring in as, you know, as different views as we can safely into the room together to actually talk about those dynamics, understand them, why they're happening, and how they interact. So another, you know, sort of, I guess, unspoken, implicit tool that we use is systems thinking. You know, we really do believe in sort of interdisciplinary approaches and bringing that sort of systems mapping and systems thinking as part of the process at the front end, really understanding first and then exposing where those, you know, critical uncertainties are or those big questions about the future. So for us, yeah, we pride ourselves in the network that we have across the organization, across geographies, but also with the, you know, we call them the friends of the scenarios team, right, which are experts that we've made, you know, friends really that we've made over the years, who are deeply knowledgeable about, you know, certain subjects. And so we reach out consistently to these other folks, yeah. And we always try and renew as well that pool because you're trying to find the new voices, those who are thinking slightly differently or have a new idea or are picking up on those weak signals that you may not be, you know, and are able to articulate. So we're always looking for new friends as well. So that's, I think, one way that we do it.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're doing it in the same way. At the same time, I think the improvement space is quite huge because I do think it's so much easier, and we've been tapping on that in a few sessions, to land in the Western, in the kind of developed, privileged perspectives. It's so easy to go there, and I would love to have that as my personal challenge and the challenge for IKEA to be better in incorporating the other perspectives that I think are, we need them more than ever to understand them, we can't ignore. So a challenge for myself and for us, I think, to do it even more.
Yeah, I think one of the things which has been interesting and I'm trying to push more is where if we were doing a normal insights project, you'd go to your lead markets. Whereas here, I'm trying to push that you go to the markets, which if we've got certain change forces that we're really interested in, you go to the market that's furthest out. What's the market with the highest level of regulation? What's the market that's most affected by climate change? What's the market that's really pushing AI recommender technology? So that you're getting that view of the future from the markets that are most affected. So it's sort of, which is a change. It's different to how we would normally do research. So that's just another way of bringing in that global
to adapt to local context, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Very clear, thank you. So now the floor is yours. Yes, we have plenty of questions. Thank you so much for that.
I think they're just
waving
hands, actually.
Hello. Industry leaders. So. I need to pick? So, okay, I'm going to start here.
Thanks, Olivier. Bryony Guthrie from the World Economic Forum. I've practiced this in my head, but I feel like it's going to come out convoluted. Is the business of Foresight in the corporate world to build organizations that are resilient across multiple possible futures? Or is it the business of corporate foresight to build a desired future? And how do you balance that you need to be agile and resilient organizations, but there's also all this global pressure on companies that have so much influence to drive the world towards a desired possible future? So I'd love to hear how you manage that.
Yeah.
I can, or do you
Go
want
ahead.
to?
No,
Yeah.
I'd say.
You were looking at Geraldine, but I'm not sure. No.
All of you,
All of us?
and I feel like probably Geraldine, yourself, and Ms. Braverman will all have different responses.
So quick, so you can also go. I think that, first of all, we need to be resilient for different possible futures. But I have a strong belief that we can impact the future, particularly as a big organization. And having that vision of where we want to go, but what the future, preferred future would look like, I think that is crucial because that can guide our decisions without forgetting that there are different possible futures that we need to handle on the route there.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Bruni. Because I think that historically, right, sort of, you know, in the decades past, we have been looking at the outside-in perspective, right? So basically, your starting point is that you are producing scenarios. You know, strategy is set with all kinds of different tools. Foresight is one, right? And we use scenarios. We like to use scenarios for that. But we use scenarios for contexts that are complex and uncertain. And the uncertainty is key, because the uncertainty is driven in the contextual environment, which we assume is out of our control, which is why we're looking at an environment, because that's where the surprises happen. So, you know, that's our starting point fundamentally, is that we're trying to see where the shocks could come from and that we can be resilient or even thrive through those shocks, right? So it is very much about not having the control to shape that external environment as a first starting point. We're looking at those external drivers over which you have no control. But then there's the next layer inside that circle. That's the contextual environment that we're looking at. The scenarios are based on the contextual environment. But what happens in between that contextual environment and your organization is the transactional environment. It's your business operating environment. And that's where you can interact. So that's where your strategy actually happens. And so I think that there's really great work where you can, I mean, the best work is if you can do that external piece and really understand what's happening in the dynamics externally, and then also very much do an introspective piece around not just how does the business then interact, right, in that environment and thrive, but actually who is the business in that environment, right? And actually really ask some tough questions about who you are as an organization interacting with that space. And that's that magic space where you can have a conversation about, do you design your own future right there? Yeah.
Thank you. I saw, yes, a beautiful green jacket over maybe a question on sustainability, no? I don't know, we'll see. Yes.
It is a beautiful green jacket.
Ah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, well spotted,
Yes.
Olivier. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question, but ladies first, so please, my colleague Anna.
Okay, thank you. I have been trying to figure out how to build foresight systems for at least 5 years with clients and without clients and with research. So my question to you would be, what are the key elements of the main elements of the success you have built? Because you clearly have established foresight system that might be not easy to visualize, but it's there because the elements you talk about are already representing quite mature version of that system. So if you would like to share the key success factors in building that, I think many of us would like to hear and learn from it.
Lauren, no? If you have to build your foresight team today, what will you do, for example?
I mean, and this is going to be very, excuse me, company dependent. So PepsiCo loves data. It is a data company. And as much as you try to make the point, if there's loads of data, it's the present or the past, it's not the future, you still have to work within what people work with. And so I found signals and horizon scanning incredibly useful. And like, so one of the big successes I would say I've had this year is I sit within a team where we also do demand tracking, which is what people eat and drink today. And so using signals, we've modeled out what the impact of changing signals and the changing external environment will have on what people are eating and drinking on demand. It's the start of the conversation. It's not, we then are able to then talk about different futures and so on, but it's a way of starting and getting people to start to understand how the linkage between some of these big forces we're saying are coming and direct impact on ultimately sales. So I don't offer false precision, but I do ground it in something where you can start a conversation from, which works with the business that I sit within.
Can I just quickly, 2 words. It's trust and credibility. And the trust is relationships, right? And it's understanding your client and actually understanding their assumptions, right? So really getting under the skin of your client in a nice way. Not in a creepy way, but in a nice way. And then the credibility piece, which comes exactly to Lauren's point, is around speaking the language of your client. So then understanding, well, what actually do they see as credible data or information? How do they receive information that validates or, sort of really underpins and sells your work? So those 2, and if you can somehow manage to marry those 2, then you're set. Then you're set, I think.
Great. May I ask my... Sakari Nisula from Fibers. Thank you for complimenting my jacket. But my question, in the past I worked for Kone, which is one of the major players in the elevator industry. And when I joined, I thought that the Foresight practice was mature, and I just joined the team and started doing foresighting. But that wasn't the case, but one of the first tasks was to source a platform what to use in our team. So any tips for about foresight, horizon scanning, future intelligence tools? No need to mention the names, but how do you make most out of the modern tools that are there?
Thank you.
How do you choose them?
Your question is as beautiful as your jacket, so we want to react on the tool that you are using.
I can share a little bit. Maybe not the named tools, because we are very human-centric, so the named tool is humans or expertise in different fields. So that is our starting point. On top of that, I am very method agnostic. So whatever fits our stakeholders, how ready are they to embrace different tools? So very specifically, for example, using the futures wheel, taking a change factor or signal and just use the futures wheel to expand a little bit of thinking, that has helped in many situations for me. Or using the futures triangle to also understand, okay, what is holding us back, what is holding society back, and what are the pulls and pushes. So those 2, I kind of love. If you mean platforms as AI and technology, I can't give you any recommendations from my side yet.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for just a last question, I guess, on that side. The lady? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Meredith from Kantar Futures. Maria and I have had the pleasure of working together. I just wanted to know, in your view, what is the foresight practice of the future? Is it still a small group of experts influencing a business? Is it democratized across every member of the business in a future skill, like having an insight? Is it totally different? Just would love your view.
Good question. The future of foresight. It's a good question for foresight practitioners.
You asked that question quite aggressively over here. I actually think that it's interconnected foresight products, right? So that you basically connect sort of scenario insights or intel signals, you connect it all together, not just across your own organization, but then across organizations. So the mindset is key. I think, you need folks to understand why that's important and how that's working, but then actually having real data that's actually sort of coming to you in an interconnected way. So it's really that the network, right? This kind of almost organic network that creates, or generates, and exists. I think that's what I'm excited about, actually. I think that would be phenomenal to see. Oh yeah, there's an event that's happening over here, and doom, 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 doom. It's going to have some impact over here in a different sector, da-da-da-da. I mean, for me, that's what I'm excited about. And I think that's possibly where we're moving. So
I'm going to say thank you so much because I'm the timekeeper also. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your engagement. We will be around the corner if you want to continue to catch up with our wonderful industry leaders. Round of applause for our ladies. Thank you so much and see you soon in the future. Always saying that.
tuangalie nini iko next. Jiongelesha hapo. So nini iko next hapa? Business. Maze tuko teke 140 teaching futures. 140. Tena ni kuhusu foresight. Repetitive na hii ya mwisho. Alafu tena kuna ingine collaborative foresight.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? what lies ahead. Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025.
world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum
2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, Some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
Teaching the future in institutional settings. Can you really do foresight when you're living in a castle? Switching metaphors, we have 3 pandas with us. Not unicorns, but pandas. We have Dean Chen, Professor Chen from Hong Kong University in Taiwan. Doris from Stellenbosch, professor there. And Sobi Towell from UNESCO. So each one has a lot of experience in doing futures, the challenges, the difficulties, but also I think each one is here because they've managed to tame the dragons in the castle. And in that taming process somehow became a panda. Okay, it's a mixed metaphor, but let's go with it. So let me start with, if you want to read their bio CVs, just Google it, you're welcome to. So I want to skip that part, but each one has done amazing work in future studies, and someone I look up to all three, and I'm very happy to share the stage with them. Sobi, can I say something about yourself in doing futures as head of learning and foresight, and then we'll go on to more substantive stuff.
Perhaps to say, thanks, Sohail. I come from the areas of education and development, which in themselves are not disciplines, but rather at the crossroads of different disciplines and require insights from a range of disciplines. And I think that's from anthropology, sociology, economics to philosophy, and that's part of understanding perhaps human complexity, whether it's in education or our collective efforts in development. At UNESCO, my work, at least at the headquarters in Paris, started with policy analysis, education policy analysis, then moved to research and foresight, and in the past few years I've been leading the Futures of Education program at UNESCO.
So before I go on to Doris and Koha, what's the best thing about doing futures at UNESCO, and what's the worst thing? I promise them this will be an honest session.
All right.
I know it's being recorded, so you can change your answer later. We can edit it.
The best is that, obviously, it opens the door to more creative thinking, working with some of our non-established partners, I would say. There's not a worst part, but there's a challenge. There is a tension in the work we do. It's a tension between keeping the train on track, and this track is defined by the global agendas, whether the Sustainable Development Goals, the Millennium Development Goals, Education for All. Once we've set that agenda and objectives, we've set a time frame, we've set goals, we've set objectives, we've even defined indicators to monitor progress, but the track is set. There's no more room to look back, to look sideways, to look beyond that time horizon. So there is that which is essential to our role. It's one of our functions as an international organization. And then we also have a function which we refer to as laboratory of ideas, which is at key junctures, perhaps, of rapid transformation, to lift our heads and to look at our present, to look back, to look ahead, and to look at probable, possible, preferable futures and how we reframe our action in the present. So it's two very different functions, and there is an inherent tension to trying to both keep the train on the track, but also to open up, to look back, to take a longer view, and to open the imagination and open space for other possibilities.
How do you manage that tension then? You've got to keep the train going, and you have to look at things outside the world of trains.
We sometimes welcome disruptions. I have to say, COVID-19 disruption of education, the sudden massive closure of schools and educational institutions, universities around the world, beyond the immediate crisis, it did open up a window of opportunity. It stopped the train in its tracks, and the track we couldn't even see the track anymore. So it did open that window for a little bit to think more fundamentally about what are we doing, the why of learning, not only the what and the how. It's also true that the pressures of the international agenda are such that as soon as we could, we went back to the track. That window of opportunity to be looking beyond and imagining other possibilities quickly closed. And the language came back to getting back on track. We were behind, and we had to accelerate, and there was no more room to reimagine and to look beyond the fixed horizon of 2030 and even less to look back or sideways.
Nice point. Doris, are you also on a train track? Are you a train designer? What's happening at Stellenbosch? I mean, South Africa, Stellenbosch is known as one of the global centers for future studies and foresight.
Yes, at Stellenbosch University, which is a really big residential university, more than 30,000 students there, we have academic programs in future studies, a postgrad diploma, a master's and a PhD, which is run by the business school. So we have a strong business-like focus, but many people do our programs that come from good deed organizations, from government, from multiple other organizations as well. But it made sense to locate us in the business school. And then we have the advantages of also having a commercial unit that does practical foresight work. And those two feed each other in a beautiful synergy manner because, well, on the academic program, we then have the privilege of bringing in stuff that we facilitated last week to bring that into the teaching next week. And then we get to practice what we preach in the Institute.
So an example of that?
We were able, literally 2 weeks ago, we facilitated for a private higher education institution, actually in competition with us, because we are a public university. We facilitated scenario sessions, and I was able to put 4 of my master's students as table facilitators into the room for them. So it helps me as the facilitator to have somebody that knows the methods and everything to co-facilitate at the tables, but for them to actually experience it in practice. I mean, they've been hearing that throughout postgrad, throughout their whole master's career, but now to actually be in the workshop where it actually happens. So for them to see their eyes and say, wow, okay, now I get it.
So theories and straight away in the market.
And, I mean, whatever we learned there, we put straight back into the classroom as well. So I think
that's kind of obviously the best part of futures for you, right? Both. And what's the most challenging? We go back to the question I asked Sobi. Since now I can't say the worst, that's been canceled.
Yeah.
We go with the most challenging.
I think the most challenging in the end becomes the most rewarding, but to say the same thing over and over again, where people say, oh, what is this thing and do we actually need this? And really now, I mean, we do strategy. What is this now? And we have a risk register. So what can you bring that is not on our risk register kind of thing? Or the other worst thing is, can you predict, you know, that word is a trigger word for me. So can you please predict what our next best 5 things for next year is going to be? This time of year, I get all these invitations. So can you please be on this show or that show and tell us what the next 5, biggest 5, and then I say, we're about more than that. Futures thinking is a little bit of that, but we're more. So I think in our work, that is the worst thing, but we are the people that need to help people understand that the field is about more than that.
So how do you reframe what's the next shiniest thing, right? How do you reframe that into futures thinking?
I ask them what they think the next shiniest thing is, and then say, because they actually just want to validate it, and they want to be sure, and they want probabilities. But that is, I flip it around and say, well, okay, what if that is the next thing? What does that mean for your business model or for the policies that we have to create? If that is the next shiny thing, so let us not spend so much energy in analyzing and calculating probabilities and stuff on, is this the next thing, and are we only going to believe it if it's 80% or more kind of thing? Let us just imagine that it is the next thing. And what does that mean for social engagement, for policy making, for running a business, or living in a city or a town?
You back to them and have them rethink it, reframe it, and then you move forward. So you create the train track with them.
I just stick my nose into everybody's business.
Okay. We have Doris's core story here. Let's go to Professor Chen. I know at university programs, every professor who teaches futurists says, I wish our dean was a futurist. Usually the deans are the nutcases. I apologize if you're a dean here. They're the ones who stop funding, stop everything for futures. And what's rare here, Koha is now the dean. So training was in probability statistics 30 or so years ago, then full-time futures, and now the dean of future studies. So same issue, something about yourself, and then we'll ask more. Koha.
Okay.
Or Dean Chen.
Okay. Because ever since I took the deanship, my concern has been narrowed to 2 items. That is very clear. Just to raise the enrollment rate and to guarantee the students got a successful career. That is so easy, right? Compared to teaching futures. Because Tam Kang has a triple education objective, and futurization is the core, along with digitalization and internationalization. So we have different layers of futures education. The most basic one is in our general education. So each year we have like 3,000 undergraduate students has to take at least one futures course in society, in technology, in economics, in politics, and in environment, and in education. Yeah. And then the second layer is that we studied an undergraduate program 5 years ago. It's called Education and Futures Design. And we take 50 students each year. Yeah. And then we have a master's program. We take 12 students each year, and a doctoral program in Foresight leadership. So that's now our most prosperous program is the doctoral one. Because like I talked to Doris about the students' background, we all like to teach mature students. Okay. Yeah. Those, when you teach them how to scan the environment, they have some background knowledge and they have experiences. But for our undergraduate, freshly graduated from high school at age 18, it's really a big challenge for teaching. Yeah. So.
How do you reconcile then? Okay, so there's yourself as a futurist, alternative futurist thinking, visioning, etc. Then yourself as the dean, whose main role is to fill the university, right?
Yeah.
Just bring students in. So how do you reconcile those? One is critical thinking, the other is please sign here.
No, it's not too much of a conflict because to us, future studies is really an exciting field. Because whenever our stakeholders, the parents, the students, when they hear about futures, it's just like, wow, what a field. Yeah, so unlike 30 years ago when I just got my first job at Tam Kang University, it was all different. Because at that time, people do not understand future studies and future education. So always they would ask me one single question. So can you predict? But nowadays, it's all transformed. Yeah, people are so aware of foresight, and they will gradually learn the insight of futures. Yeah.
So what's the thing they ask you now? You have mature age students. Obviously, they don't want prediction. What do they want from you? What do they want from university?
They mostly interested in a meaningful life now, because Taiwan had an economic miracle in the 70s, and it's been over 40, 50 years now. So we are marching toward a post-material society. So the younger generation, the so-called Gen Z, they are so different from us. So in this field, we learn from each other. Yeah, so even as a dean, I have to teach. Yeah, unlike in the States, in the United States, where I graduated from, all the people who took the position will be waived of teaching. And they liked it, but I don't like it. I said that I still wanted to teach, because we cannot be separated from that role. If you do not know the interest of your student, you cannot be any good dean or president. Yeah.
How do you manage the administrative part? This is a question for all three of you, but let's start with Koha. How do you manage the needs of institutions to fill your time with meaningless work?
Yeah. Meetings just meetings after meetings. We really have so many meetings, yeah. But I gradually get by with it. I will bring my notebook and do the jobs there.
So you show up, but you work during the meeting. Doris, what do you do?
Yeah, my university is 100 years old. That means that we have systems and processes that has been standing for 100 years. And sometimes that is extremely frustrating. So if we go back to the previous question of the good and the bad, I think just being so frustrated, and I thought it was just because I've only recently joined academia, because I was out there in the real world doing consulting work and that kind of thing, and I've only been in the academic world for about 5 or 6 years, and I thought it was just because I was new and I'd have to adapt to this. And then earlier this year, I thought, I'm not going to adapt to this. Whoa, we cannot be this slow in 2025, because academic institutions are notorious for taking 2 or 3 years to just make a new module available or something. We can't be like that. No? Huh? No. No good. So I'm not going to adapt. I'm going to rebel all the time. I'm going to be the one that says, no, 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 no. Yeah, so that's probably my toughest thing. But my bestest thing is the teaching. I teach our master's students. Their lectures are usually scheduled on Thursday afternoon for many hours. And my week is so busy that many times I'm so tired by Thursday afternoon. But after just an hour in that class, I'm so energized because what they bring to the room and to the engagement, after 4 hours, I walk out of there, yeah, all good. So, yeah, the teaching is, but
For both of you, the teaching keeps you inspired.
Oh, of course. And they do amazing things. And to see them after graduation, flying out there, doing cool things out there in the world, Foresight work, it's like, I have mother moments then. I've said, oh, look at them fly. They're doing this on their own. Yeah.
Sobi, how do you manage the world of meetings?
Manage with difficulty, but I mean, it is part of the job. I think what our advantage within our setup, we have a small team of creative, dedicated people.
It's the Education Division, Teaching and Learning Futures at UNESCO.
Education Division on the futures of education. Right. So it also has to do with technology and AI in education. It has to do with larger questions. It has to do with a more critical analysis of some of the work the organization is doing on this track defined by the global agendas. So that team, I mean, just our internal conversations, our contacts with researchers, and having those conversations, which are rare in our organization because we typically, especially from the headquarters, are working with policymakers. We're working with representatives of countries who, in our governing bodies. We work with the national commissions that represent the interests of the country. So it's a real breath of fresh air to be able to work directly and think and brainstorm with researchers with our small team. And the other is a little bit of a connection with academia that I try to keep. It's very small, but I would agree with Doris. I mean, it's a breath of fresh air to be able to interact with students, young students, and just who still who are critical, fresh, to a certain extent unconditioned, who have hope, which is also something we don't always find among our adult counterparts, I would say.
The adults have real world experience, but perhaps loss of hope.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's that combination. But resigned to the fact that there is, we are in a large administration, a large organization, also expected to have to deal with a number of things that take us away from the essence of what we're doing, but that need to be done.
Some meetings you have to do.
Yeah.
So this is more on a personal note, let's say for our audience here. So all three of you have managed big institutions, are incredibly successful, right? I mean, I think by objective measures, we can say that. What would you say would account for why you've managed? How have you succeeded in this world of institutions? Each one of you, I mean, answer as you like. What do you think? I'm not looking for a recipe, but something more personal. What would you say to others?
Persevering.
Okay, persevering.
But also having passion, and passion allows that. Passion. I would say that small team that I refer to, in my department, are people who are passionate about what they're doing.
So they believe in it, want to do it, and then it's easy to go through it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doris?
Yeah, I think the passion thing, definitely, and a little bit of just plain stubbornness here and there. It's just, and belief in the work that we are doing, because I think the kind of work that are being done by future studies people are the kind of work that the world needs now. And for that, you mentioned COVID just now. We have to thank COVID to a large extent, because suddenly people realize that, whoa, we didn't think about what if everything changes kind of thing. So in our world at the Institute, where we do commercial work, COVID actually helped. We got a lot more business. In terms of why I think we are and remain to be successful, I think is a real hard focus on delivering responsible work, good futures work, a good quality academic program. And when we do the practical work in the Institute, to do really well-grounded, good work. I also think we have a little bit of a competitive edge, and some of the clients are actually mentioning that they prefer working with us rather than one of the big consulting houses, because we're not trying to sell them anything. That being agnostic, we're just here for the process, we're just here to help you think, and then we will walk away. We're not going to try and sell you our next what program process.
The next prediction.
Not the prediction. I mean, the consulting houses always have to sell on, something else, whereas we are free to just facilitate the process for their good.
Foresight is a public good here.
It's a
for the
public
commons
good.
as opposed to. Koha, what would you say, secret of success for your work?
I would say that I enjoy doing this job because you really have to learn mindset transformation. Before I took the job, then I asked myself, as a futurist, should I take it or not? I used to complain about all the things that should happen but cannot happen. Now I can become the dean, and I can look at things from different perspective, different angle, and I would know why it didn't work. So it's my turn. So I couldn't have people to complain about the same thing. So we are in a very good, we play as a good channels for others to know that even that I can do it, so everybody can do. It's not about being the strongest or the smartest. It's just being the one that willing to change. So I see this role as very rewarding.
If we can move a bit to specificity. So for example, during COVID, I ran a workshop with a school, and they thought it was about students. And at the end of it, they said, aha, our core vision will be, you can trust us. And so actually, that's who we are. We're not trying to fill seats. We're not trying to sell anything. This is the high school. Parents can trust us. Regulators can trust us. Principals can trust us. We are trusted. And everyone felt safe. So can you give an example of any of your foresight work, futures work, something specific that emerged? I think, aha, here's what changed. Let's start with Koha and then Doris and then Sobi.
You mean inside the university or outside?
Outside both.
Yeah.
Any specific example you can share?
I would say that my most impressive experience was working with in the Department of Economics in the textile industry. Because I've been working with them for like over 3-4 years. And I keep telling them that you have to transform because textile industry developed in 1970s. And they thought of themselves as the traditional sunset business.
Right.
Then I kept telling them that you need to see far, okay? all the new trends.
Co-house
are
director
emerging.
of the center called CFAR, by the way. A quick commercial advertisement.
And the first year that they call me a liar.
Oh, wow.
You are telling me that those are emerging, but it's not there. I said, because it's called emerging for some reason. Not everybody can see it. It's weak signal, okay? So it's visionary. The second year, they still have doubts. Until the right moment came. Then some computer scientists joined the meeting. Then they raised their hand. They said that, can we become a high-tech industry, the sunrise industry, not a sunset? And they felt threatened. So we had a debate for the whole day, and gradually collaboration emerges. So it was very successful. Ever since then, the textile industry in Taiwan has become
They
very
transition
prosperous.
to a high-tech industry.
Yeah, to a high-tech
Textiles
industry.
with tech.
Yeah, the material, yeah. So it goes to beyond, because all the bosses complain about that their sons, their daughters wouldn't want to succeed as the leader of this company. They are all about to end the business in Taiwan. But then, boom, it's all came back. So I sent some of my students there to work, and they like our students so much because they have little doubts now. They still have doubts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
This is really using futures, theories, and methods in a specific example, which over time led to a remarkable, measurable transition. Thank you. Doris?
I'm thinking of two examples, but I'm going to use one. Africa is notorious for beautiful natural spaces. So our national parks, of which the biggest one is the Kruger, that is world famous. So the South African national parks came to us and said, well, okay, we want to develop a 2040 vision that we can work towards. So that is now, I'm speaking with my institute hat on now. And they said, no, only the board. And we said, no, you know what, that's not going to fly. If only the board talks about the vision, that's not going to fly. I mean, the national parks is a public good. So many people are interested in it. Can we really, and it literally took 7 months to convince them to have a diverse workshop. So in the end, I mean, to facilitate that thing was really hard because we had natural healers, we had hunters, we had the scientists, we had the conservationists, we had the marketing, tourism people. And on the first day, some of them didn't even want to sit next to each other at the same table because they are enemies, literal enemies, the hunters and the healers and the conservation. They can't share space, and they've literally never been in the same room together. But they all have, and the communities that live alongside the parks. And after 5 days, we were able to have...
You got them together for 5 days?
5 days. I was almost dead. By Wednesday evening, I had serious doubt about physically living until the end of these 5 days. Really, it was...
Yeah, I know.
But at the end, I mean, on the last day, those people that didn't want to be in the same group, they came up with the name of the vision scenario, those two that couldn't speak. So for me, that was that moment of, you know what, if they can, on day 5, the two that couldn't breathe the same air can think out the vision that captions the whole beautiful thing that we've done. It's like...
This is using the future vision to transform today's conflict.
And now that is what they are working towards, their strategies. Everything is running on that thing. So.
Brilliant. Thank you. Two great stories. Sobi, anything you want to share in terms of specificity?
Yes, it is from the perspective of our headquarters, of a large organization. I would say it had to do with when we initiated the work around the futures of education in 2019. And Doris, you'd mentioned, and it's typical that people would want predictions on, you know, what will schools look like, what will universities look like. Even the title of our initiative was perhaps misleading in saying the futures of education. It really was about the futures and education. And it's not, So I think successful in that we opened a very large consultation among diversity of constituencies. People could contribute from analyses to pieces of art, focus group discussions. We had, social media surveys, and I think the idea that just getting the idea across that it is not about prediction, it is about co-creating, it is about thinking together, and that when we say reimagine, in our case, education and the future, it's not starting from scratch. So there are things to build on, and that invites a longer view, both retrospective and prospective. I mean, what do we have to build on? What are some of our strengths in our educational practices and policies over time? Some might be undermined and need to be protected, but then also, let's be critical, open, and honest. What needs to be abandoned? What in our practices and our approaches are actually taking us in the wrong direction, and what needs to be reimagined? So these very simple questions of what do we maintain, what do we abandon, and what do we need to reimagine worked marvelously well in so many different contexts. I mean, a group of high school students or policymakers or researchers in diverse contexts. And I think the success at this, in terms of an initiative launched from the headquarters of a large organization, was to move us away and get accepted the idea that this is not about prediction, this is not about one predetermined future and direction we're going, or scenarios of this future, but that collectively, to critically think, to take a longer view, both looking back and looking ahead.
In terms of your institutions or education, how would you answer that, Koha? What do we need to abandon? What do we need to reimagine? How would you answer that for education in general? It's easy. Let's hear it.
Just to cut those boring meetings. Okay. Yeah, that is really
That's to abandon.
It's to abandon.
So why do we have those?
Sure. Because it's a way of showing authority. Because before you have the meeting, the decision has already been made.
Yes.
We are just there to co-sign the document.
So
we all know that. It's just to play along.
So abandon meaningless meetings.
Yes.
Okay, and what would you reimagine in terms of going forward?
I would say that another thing to abandon is like we need to. We don't need Ministry of Education.
Yeah. Okay. So global movement of knowledge, not specific ministries.
Yeah, it's all about the idea of control.
Okay.
Nothing about flexibility, nothing about open-minded. And they care very much about all details, tiny little things. It's just so annoying. And you know what? We hired a retired minister of education to our department. And in the meeting, I asked him, so minister, do you agree with me? He said, of course. Even the minister agreed with me, but I said, how come that this cannot be cut? I think it's worldwide, not just in Taiwan.
No, this is a global.
Yeah, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Koha. Very honest, Doris. We've heard.
What would you abandon? What would you reimagine? Abandon everything that he said, and then a few more. I mean, entering the same details a million times. I mean, that's not just for education. It's the same for healthcare and everything else. That. You have to type it in. There's no autofill or anything like that. I mean, that just eats up unnecessary time. So stuff like that. So I have to say, I find in workshops great joy from your used futures concept. I used it last week for that private higher education.
Thank you.
People. So explaining a little bit and say, okay, now let's go. Let's make lists of used futures. And it's always, they struggle to get the first one, and then you can't stop them. And there's lists and lists and lists. And just before I boarded the plane on Sunday, I got a message from one of the people that participated. Said, yes, we're killing off the used futures. We're doing this. So
That's a tough message, killing off the used futures.
Killing off the used futures.
That's a big takeaway today.
Killing off used futures.
Sobi, what would be your comment there? I mean, you raised the issue, so I'm asking you to answer it.
Well, on education, examinations, our ways, I mean, examinations, tests, are means of validating learning, even essay writing, and we know that now with generative AI, and many people are remaining blind. It is a fundamental disruption, and now more than ever, it's not that we need to rethink examinations and validation of learning. It's imperative. It's been anachronistic for some time. Yes. I mean, we can take the emergence of the internet. One of the great paradoxes I find in education, emergence of the internet, we began saying that, well, the internet, this new knowledge resource, is our means of informing ourselves, of entertainment, of learning, of working, and therefore digital skills need to be promoted in education through all means. And yet when we come to examinations and validation of learning, we say, no, you can't use the internet. But we're preparing you for life, which is conditioned by the use of the internet. I mean, this has been the case, and that just shows us how out of touch we are in how we're validating. It means the upstream question is, what do we value as learning? What are we really pushing? The why. To revisit that now, given the exponential growth in the pace of growth of the capabilities of generative AI, I mean, it's a fundamental question. What makes us human? What do we want to, and our evaluation or a means of validating what we value as learning has to change entirely. Just to add on that, I mean, the extreme case for the question of, banning access to the internet in examinations, key moments where we say, you are demonstrating that the learning that we have, agreed is important, you have recent. There are cases of countries that have shut the internet nationwide during high-stake examinations. So what does that tell us about how disconnected we are? I mean, it's to avoid cheating, but what is that telling us about how behind and disconnected we are from what is our desired outcome in learning? What is the important learning that and I think now with generative AI,
all three of you want to kill the exam, kill the used futures, kill the meetings. So what would be before I ask participants, think if there's one question you want to ask all three, not a specific one, but all three can respond to. We'll take a few minutes of that. But what would be your advice, not to a young futurist or young to Foresight, what would be something you've learned over your decades of doing Foresight and futures work? What would be your advice to someone getting in the field? Should they join a brand? Tom Kong, Stellenbosch, UNESCO are all great brands, or should they create something else? I mean, I don't have an answer for that. I'm just really intrigued to see what each of you would say.
I would say that when I started teaching futures, what I learned is that I was trained as a sociologist, and I just got this job to teach futures. So I started to reach out. I said that this network is so different from other fields. Because if I reach out to economists or to psychologists, I would doubt how many people respond to my request. But then I check out at that time we have World Futures Society. I checked the directory. Back then we only had email. I wrote out 1,000 emails worldwide. Then I received a lot of responses, all very positive, including Sohail. That's when we got to meet each other. That totally transformed my idea of how to teach futures. And we got one Nobel from Yale We got Richard Slaughter from Melbourne. All around the world, people are all so enthusiastic in helping. Okay, so I get to feel, wow. So my role as a sociologist gradually fading away. So my new identity as futurist keeps me going, and like you two said, it's the passion.
So it's not really branding or doing it yourself, it's reaching out to a global
reaching
community.
out. So we just, anyone here, if you're new to the field, just contact any of us. We will help you to find your way to learn. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I want to echo that I think this is the most generous field that there could be. Because no matter who you reach out to, they will probably respond and they will probably help you and refer you to somebody else that can also help you. And there are global bodies, the Association of Professional Futurists, the World Future Studies Federation, this beautiful movement here in Dubai. So there are global connections and people will want to help and assist. But also this diversity of the field, like you mentioned now. You are going to find architects, education people, scientists. You are going to, everybody that comes from somewhere and is now also doing futures work. And I think that is the beauty of the field as well, that you're going to, I mean, that's also in the academic programs that we experience now. I always refer to it as the secret module, the stuff that you learn from all the other people that are also in the class, because they come from viewpoints, mindsets totally different than yours, geographies totally different than yours, earlier fields totally different. It's so beautiful.
It's really
Stay.
straight to UNESCO,
So if you're
global
new to
learning.
the field, stay. It's a good one.
Thank you, Doris. Sophie, what would be global community, that's a gracious community, reach out, help?
Yeah.
What would be your...
Maybe two angles on that. We do have our global network of UNESCO chairs. There are 1,200 chairs across the world that work in all areas of UNESCO mandate. It could be in science, it could be in culture and education. Within that community, we do have currently 55 or so are UNESCO chairs on foresight, anticipation, futures, plural, singular, could be futures of work, futures of education. And I think there is a case, and it's a little challenging perhaps, but I think there is a case to support the recognition of the field of study, of future studies. But I would add a note of caution that while we need specialists, we need experts, we should be careful not to perpetuate, I would say, dependency on these experts and on these specialists, and not have an ivory tower of specialists in foresight and anticipation. So the other side is also that futures thinking, I think it's just good education. When we say quality education, it is about the imagination. It's about creativity. It's about multiple perspectives. It's about diversity. It's about a critical, longer view. This should be part of, and this makes me think of Arjun Appadurai speaks of the right to research. And when he says the right to research, he's not saying that as a metaphor, but as the right to research as a human right, but the ability to frame issues that are important for yourself and your group, your community, to articulate hypotheses, to go out and collect data and information in order to inform possible courses of action should not be the preserve of experts. And we could say the same, futures thinking could be also seen as a general, a human capability to be generalized. So we do need experts, we do need a field of study that is reinforced, but we also need to see it as a human capability that can be generalized.
Elise Boulding talked about 8 billion futurists. So let me ask, you have time for one question, especially if you're a minister of in the Ministry of Education and you're in charge of examinations. I'm actually quite serious. That's the person I want to hear from, and you love meetings that are meaningless. Because you honestly have an important view, which you said, that view has to be here. Is there someone who wants to ask a question for all three of our guests? You have 1, 2, 3, whoever I... Okay, 1, 2, 3, there, 4. We have time for one. Okay, yeah, it's in the middle there.
Hello. That was really interesting. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about the black sheep of this era, the millennials. What I call them but basically what is your thinking about their lifelong learning when it comes, so we're talking about the education of the undergrad, and then we're talking about the mentors and the experts in future foresight. But then what about this age group and their future of lifelong learning, which is they are now in their mid-career and their whole world is shifting around them in the middle of their career?
Well, before they answer that, what do you think? Because obviously that feels like it's slightly rhetorical. So what's your view on that before we go further?
There has to be re-education and reintegration within the society and within the different sectors that we're operating in, which is on one of them, of course. But what I honestly find lacking of information and insights is what do the experts think this group or this generation should be operating? What are the possible ways? I don't want to say the right ways, but possible ways of operating and navigating the current situation.
Okay, you want to answer that or rather not?
I can sense your worry, but don't worry about it. The long history tells us that each generation is only getting better. They never get degenerated. So I don't worry about the millennials because they are the digital native.
Yeah.
Their capacity of learning is way beyond your imagination. So instead of being worried, encourage them, to broaden their worldview. Yeah, so that's my idea.
Don't you wish you had a dean like that when you were in university? Life-changing event. Doris?
I think what you're touching on touches on so many of the old mindsets that we have about education, that we complete it, and then we work, and then we stop. Now that three-phase thing is old and gone. We are going to have to do multiple phases, and in some or another manner, our higher education systems is struggling to adapt to that, and we're limping, and we're not really there. I think one of the most frequently asked questions that I get from moms that children are leaving school is, what can my child study that will keep him employed for 30 years? And then I say, nothing, we don't have that.
My answer is usually organized crime.
Oh, yeah, that is better.
So your answer is better than mine. Sobi, we have 30 seconds left. Each one of you gets one last sentence how you want to close this. Sobi? We have 25 seconds, so just any pearl of wisdom you want to offer. Train sets or more, up to you here.
I reaffirm that futurist thinking is developing critical thinking, creativity, imagination, and that it's a key capability and should be a key part of what we consider quality education in any context.
That's how you survive meetings with that attitude. I can see that. Doris, any last comment? Then to Koha for the last few seconds.
Futurist thinking, I want to resonate with your 8 billion futurists. It's for everybody. It is not for somebody that has a degree in future studies or something. It's for everybody. So let us make it for everybody.
Let's make it for everyone. Koha?
Yeah.
I would take the opportunity to thank Dubai Future Foundation, because in collaboration we provide funds for my students. We have 8 students from Tamkang University to join us here. So like I said, my responsibility is broaden their worldview. Everyone needs to go to see the future. The future is not just, people said it doesn't exist, but it existed somewhere that you just don't know it. So you can explore it. So that's what I want to keep doing.
Let's thank our three panelists. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks, Sophie. Thanks, Urs. Thanks, Laura. Thanks, everyone, for your time. We're out of time here. Sabine will put music so we can walk out. We just walk out. Yeah. No workshop is complete without a panel or picture. Thank you.
Panel picture.
Thanks.
Okay, we can turn off the light on stage, keep the room lit, and we are on standby for our last session. I will check. Yeah, go to voting, please. I will check the time for the next. I have your mic number 2 here. Go.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures.
Yeah. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this last session of the Dubai Future Forum. My name's Chris. I'm going to be your moderator for today. My job is to get out of their brains all of the intelligent stuff they have to share with us, so I'm not going to be talking that much. So today's session, we're going to be talking collaborative foresight, How can we create strong, lasting connections? We're going to have about 35 minutes of conversation with these three lovely people, and then we're going to be opening up for questions, any queries that you might have from the audience. But let's get cracking, shall we? We're going to be thinking about how collaboration can move beyond Foresight processes into real-world decisions and relationships. So we're not just going to be asking about like how do we do Foresight. You're all experts. You've all practiced Foresight. We're going to be thinking about where does it make a difference? What capabilities and relationships make it last? So we're just going to jump straight into some questions for David, for Geshe, and for James. I'm going to start with David. The first question to all of you, we're going to keep this one quite short, is why does collaboration matter in Foresight today? So what problems does it help us to solve? David, you're first up.
Sounds good. So two-part question. The first, I would actually say collaboration matters so much that, in fact, actually it should be our first sort of instinct to be collaborative in terms of the way we approach Foresight. In terms of the why it's needed, I think there's really sort of different levels. So within an organization, so I come from the private sector. I'm at a startup right now, but before that I was at SAP, led an insights research center there. And so within the organization, it's a way of building consensus, right? And that's critically important, especially when you have a lot of people that don't know much about Foresight, but you're trying to sort of use it with them. But then most brands are, in fact, actually networks of businesses. And so collaborative Foresight is a way to create shared vision within that community, whatever that looks like. But then I would say, you look at the global issues we're facing, the only way we're going to address those is through collaborative approaches. And collaborative Foresight is critical to creating shared visions for that.
Okay. So consensus is a key aspect.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's move over. Geshe, same question.
Is this where we begin the debate?
Absolutely, please.
Okay. No, I would say maybe not consensus, but the future as a commons requires that there is collaboration. And that commons may not be one where we have to agree on everything, but if we're going to be there together, then hopefully we participated and collaborated in thinking about those futures. Otherwise, we're actively defuturing those who don't get to be involved. Not just in the sense of them not being present in those futures, but not even having the space to imagine and to have a word into how we get there. So I think if we see the futures as a commons where everybody has a right to be and perhaps to be in different ways, then collaborative Foresight becomes really important.
Okay, so a seat at the table, knowing where the table is, what the table looks like. And
if you want a table at all.
If you want a table at all. Yeah. Fantastic. James, over to you, sir.
Hi, everybody. I think for me, I break it down into two elements. There's the collaboration you do as you build your analysis and you get that Foresight work, or you build your scenarios, whatever it is. And then there's the collaboration, you bring people together to act on it. And for me, the really key thing is how you generate action from your work. Policy change, legislation, whatever it is, how do you get to action? And if you do it collaboratively and you engage people in that process, they're much more likely to act on it because they've got stake in the game. So very often, we'll interview senior leaders or we'll convene senior people who are empowered to talk about the Foresight and say, what are you going to do? Because that's how you actually get action on the future. There's no shortage of analysis in this space. But I think there's much more we could do on the action front. Okay.
All right, so action, consensus building, a commons. But let's roll it back a little bit. We talk about collaboration a lot, don't we, in the Foresight space? And I know from my own experience, people sometimes dress collaboration up as we're going to do this thing regardless, and you're going to work together. Whether you like the person or the organization or not, this is what's going to happen. In other instances, you have that melding of brain cells and values and cultures and so on and so forth, and collaboration can be something quite creative and quite beautiful. But I wanted to roll it back a little bit and understand, what does collaboration actually mean to each of you? What does it mean for you in your work? Is it something that's a challenging concept, or is it just very clear collaboration means X, Y, and Z?
It can be challenging to make a successful collaboration for sure, right? And I think you need to think through the dimensions to make that happen. Collaboration for me is beyond just sort of like a workshop. It's beyond just sort of like people showing up and being forced to participate. If you've curated it the right way, you've put people together that are creating a shared understanding of the issues and the challenges that are before them, hopefully creating a shared vision. And seeing your role in that vision is critical, right? Like it's not one vision and everyone just better adopt it, but it's more of you're aiming for a vision where everyone feels present in it, and then in a dream world you're getting to a place where there's shared action or application, right? At different levels, whatever that might look like.
And just a follow-up question then. So in a corporate environment, of which you've got plenty of experience, how do you distinguish between genuine collaboration from managed participation?
That is so it's not always easy to distinguish. Sure. Right, fair enough. You're aiming clearly for collaboration, and I think it really comes down to the way you design it. So we often spend a lot of time thinking about the practice of foresight and the methodologies within a collaborative foresight project. That's important. But I think there's when you get into a collaborative space, there's 3 other dimensions you really have to think about. The first one is you actually have to align on the problem. It doesn't mean that everyone everyone has the same agenda, because people can have very different agendas. But the problem, everyone's agenda, if you like, needs to be represented in the problem in some way. So you have to spend a lot of time thinking about how you align on the problem. The second is you need to create confidence in the process. In the corporate world, there's a lot of people that still question. There's lots of foresight teams. Within the corporate world, but there's also a lot of skepticism, frankly, about foresight as a methodology, right? Whereas, they prefer to go to more traditional insights or forecasting or those kinds of approaches. So you actually have to spend a fair bit of time convincing them that they should have confidence in what we're doing here. And then the third one is you have to curate the people. And you got to spend a lot of time. So you're not just curating the right set of experts to help you generate insights, but you also want to curate the right people in the room so that they can help apply those insights, whether that's in decision making or elsewhere. So they're slightly different, but they're fundamentally critical. And if you don't get that right, I mean, you'll always have people showing up that it's just managed participation, but you're trying to minimize that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks for that, James.
On that one, I think it's such a skill of facilitation. I think if you can facilitate and hold space and make people engage in the process, I would say, that would be probably my main one, is if you can cultivate your skill of facilitation, especially, so where I work in the Cabinet Office, we have an organisation, 500,000 people, lots of different organisations. I think we have to collaborate by default, because I often tell people in the Cabinet Office, I don't really know anything. All of the expertise on these topics is out in departments. So I need to be able to interview and aggregate all this expertise. I need to be able to facilitate. I need to be able to spot the patterns across these different teams, spot the compounding problems, find where there's divergence between people's views, find where there's a knock-on effect to an issue, and perhaps one department hasn't realized how impactful what they're doing could be on another part of the system. And I think you have to be collaborative and you have to be a good facilitator. I'd also say facilitation is a really good skill for AI proofing your career. I think it's going to be a while before we replace Chris with an AI.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm pretty simple chap. But what does collaboration itself mean for you?
What does it mean for me?
Yeah.
I think it's about finding common ground in the system if you can. I think it's about convening and holding space, and I think it's about identifying the motivations of your target audience and then bringing people together around that so that they engage.
And how do you decide who's in and who's not in? Like what does that look like for you?
So I think I mentioned the Cabinet Office, big organisation, 500,000 people. But within that organisation, I have brilliant insight. So sometimes, if you're trying to find, to your point about where is foresight, sometimes the people who I look for when I'm looking for my foresight counterparts in the system work in risk, they work in strategy, they work in policy, their work in analysis. So sometimes it's just a challenge to find people in a big system because the vocabulary is different across a big system. But one thing we do have in the UK, we've got a brilliant network of academics. We've got some great international companies. So we can often bring, using a really broad, diverse network of people across the private sector, departments, academia, also our embassy network. If you're working in a government, you've got this network of embassies around the world who can tell you what's going on. But we need to draw that insight back, and then we need to work out what it means for the priorities of the government. So I think we cast the net wide. There are sometimes issues with, sometimes some restrictions about what you can share with all those stakeholder groups. There might be national security reasons that you don't want to bring in, everyone into the room at certain times, or, to be honest, oftentimes when we use scenarios in government, you've got to be, there's almost an issue with leak risk. If you're dealing with a really juicy scenario, that could play out in a different way. If that it gets into the papers, it could be, oh, the government's preparing for this thing. When we're not preparing for it, we're exploring it. But there's a leak risk there. So you try and be as collaborative as you can, but there might be restrictions to who you can bring in and when. Or you might end up, oftentimes a lot of governments around the world will do maybe some public-facing foresight that they can show the world to demonstrate how they are thinking longer term, and then maybe a private version that they keep internally that might have some different detail in it. But there's, I'll stop there.
I know you're on a roll, but I do want to turn over to Geshe. Same question. What does collaboration mean for you, to you?
And maybe to locate myself in terms of where I'll answer that from. I'm an academic and working a lot with communities as well, and also very much in this kind of north-south C-suite communities kind of distance. And I think from that position, I would probably describe collaborative foresight as requiring the co-authorship of those futures. And that's probably got to do definitely with the facilitation, but also with the way the whole exercise is set up in the first place. Why are you doing this foresight? Is this extractive in the sense that all you need is data from them to feed what you're doing? Or is this about consumption? You want to convince them of something, so we're going to craft some futures and give them to you. Or is it about something more shared? And I think the word shared has been used in both cases. And if it is something more shared, then there's got to be something that's co-creating in that space. And there's got to be that sense that people have a say, even if it's one you don't necessarily understand, even if you have to adapt the methods you're using because you're not fully being able to engage. And so the idea that, I think the co-authorship, the actual genuine sharedness, I think that's very important for me in what would be collaborative foresight.
So that's a really tough space to hold, isn't it? Yeah. Balancing all of those different perspectives, different power dynamics, and different expectations, I imagine. Can you talk us through where you see this working really well, and what you've learned from really good examples where there is that co-authorship, perhaps co-design, co-identification of problem sets and decisions that need to be taken?
Yeah. So maybe two. One is an example of where it's worked and one where it absolutely hasn't.
Absolutely.
I think one where it's worked is we were involved a number of years ago with actually a philanthropy in the north that wanted to do work. And initially it was very extractive work. It was about collecting data, but for good reasons, collecting data because you want to develop innovation programs and you want to understand what to offer. So we want to get an idea of what people want and how people are thinking about the long term. So that's how it began. But I think as they began to do that and as people began to push back a little bit, because even when you think you're helping, people have many concerns and their concerns are not only the thing you're working on, and it becomes difficult because often people come in with a fairly narrow mandate, but to communities who have many interests actually, and not just, maybe you want to do just agriculture, but now they're raising health, and you're not there to do health, very little you could do about it, so what do you then do? And what that spun off to actually is a platform we built called Foresight for Development, and what they did was to seed fund the development of the platform that could take on at least create a space where those other issues could be explored, where people could begin having the conversations they wanted to have that exceeded the mandate at present. And I think what that was about was taking responsibility for the fact that, yes, you had something clear and good that required foresight, but these people's foresight is not about the single issue that you're trying to explore. And what do you then do? In that case, their philanthropy, they've got money, and they were able to assist with money. That's not always the case. But I think that was a good example of understanding that you may have to go beyond the thing you thought you were doing if you are genuinely co-authoring something where you're not there to tell people, stop that.
Right.
I thought that was good. I think what was not so good, we began a project a number of years ago called the Capacity to Decolonize. The capacity to decolonize was about the capacity to decolonize futures and futures thinking, and what would it look like for people who wanted to support such a space. What worked wonderfully was the co-design of the capacity to decolonize. We developed a wonderful project with 30 people from around the world, great ideas about how we could work differently with funders and communities and futurists and all of that. There's a wonderful website, it's still up there, go look at it. What failed terribly is that everybody, including the people who funded that work, couldn't actually work in those ways. It's really difficult to do genuine collaborative work, especially from the power position, from the interest, whether it's the government or the philanthropy or whatever, because it would require you to completely upend how you've set up to work in the first place. You would have to fund differently, you'd have to relate differently, you'd have to cede power positions that, in fact, are the very basis of how you relate. These are not easy things to do, and so in a way, maybe just to say collaboration isn't easy.
Difficult to do those things, but not impossible.
Not impossible. I mean, I think there's small examples, and I think we have to continue experimenting with those spaces if we want to do this difficult work.
Thank you very much. And can you talk us through, does collaboration change when community ownership is the starting point? Like, what can that look like?
Well, so there was a philanthropy session on the pre-workshop day one. And in that, one of the comments that a lot of people stated was time, that part of the problem is that you've got time. You've got time to a policy process, or you've got time to a project that one is doing. And the problem is that it's very hard to decide how much time the collaboration is going to take because you don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. And so your one-year project timeline or your three-year policy horizon may not be how much time it takes. So again, going back to the capacity to decolonize, we proposed that you wouldn't know for a minimum of 5 years what people were actually going to do. This was an impossible condition for many people to accept. But I think as futurists, we talk a lot about time, but I think we're not really serious about how much time we think it might take, and we're not very flexible about time. And my pet topic, which is different conceptions of time. So 5 years for some people sounds like a hideously long time. For other people, it's a blink of an eye. And then you can get that time back. I always say time catches up with you, so it's fine. It doesn't matter. If I'm late, it's okay. We'll still be fine. But yeah, so I think that's one of the things that we've really got to think about is if you really want to collaborate, you may have to rethink how you're thinking about time.
Yeah. No, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think time is something that I feel is kind of traded sometimes for foresight, isn't it? Like with all of the, with some of the decision makers, there's so much cynicism around, what is this foresight thing? What's this futures thing? Why is it different to X, Y, and Z? And then you almost sometimes find yourself saying, well, it's not going to take too much time, just so you can get your foot in the door. Yes. And then lo and behold, it could be a year later. And hopefully along the way, they've discovered, this futures thinking and foresight, and we've converted them, and excellent. But it is a commodity, isn't it? Depending on how you view it. But so if we moved into the practice of collaborative foresight, David, you've got so much experience in parts of the private sector. I don't want to describe it as one big homogenous lump because it's not. There's much diversity in that sector. What have some of the digital platforms that you've worked with how have they helped to genuinely expand participation in foresight processes?
Yeah, actually, I think I would say not particularly well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I actually think that when you look at most platforms and tools that are created, they're actually created for internal teams. They're not, and yet most of us, when we're operating within in the foresight space or even more generally in the insight space, you're actually operating in a network. Right? Those tools are not designed for that. They're designed for an internal team that's homogeneous. They're not designed for a network that is heterogeneous and how you manage those sorts of things. So, that has been something that's been top of mind for me for some time. In fact, coming out of my master's degree, University of Houston, in Foresight, which was focused on collaborative foresight, actually, specifically, was where the idea for the Open Foresight Hub came from. So that was one of the platforms, one of the early platforms built. And the idea there was, we need to break down the castle walls that sit around corporations, right? Foresight is done within them. This is not healthy. We are missing many perspectives. How do we actually essentially decolonize, right, and create a platform that is owned by no one, really, at the end of the day, where different perspectives can be shared. And so that was sort of a first effort. I actually left SAP just recently to create another platform that's also similar in the space, but where in fact actually the intent is to say, how do you bring all of the actors into a platform? And what does that look like for an organization? How do you do that in a way that you have to respect privacy and intellectual property? You have to allow sharing, but in controlled ways, and allow for the flow of information and insights, through that kind of platform. So fundamentally, I actually think we have a platform problem, that's holding back the ability to practice this very much, in the physical space, if you like, in workshops and elsewhere. So
that must be quite a fine line to balance. So, if you're breaking down the castle walls, trying to extend access and inclusion for a corporation whose bottom line is likely profit.
Yep.
And how do you avoid being extractive? Like what? That's difficult.
Yeah, it is. And so that's actually why, the Open Foresight Hub was designed in a way that it was completely owned. I mean, SAP paid for it, but from the start, I designed it in a way that SAP could never come back and own it, to be very transparent. And so that platform's designed in a way that it's intended never to be extractive, right? Everyone benefits from the platform. Who contributes, they benefit in whatever format they want. The platform we're building now could be extractive in a way, right? In the sense that, in your traditional, it's not intended, you know what I mean? That's not the intent. Sure. But, for a lot of corporations, like at SAP, and we were spending millions of dollars on research of various sorts. And the reality is we hired lots of agencies and external vendors to do that work. And so we would bring that information and we wouldn't necessarily push it back out, right? That is that's a sort of a natural bent of organizations. It's on the individuals running those organizations to make sure it's not extractive. So what we were doing when I was there, the foresight work we were doing, we were being very deliberate that whoever participated in a foresight project got to benefit, whoever it was, didn't matter. All of the research was shared freely and made available to them. So I think that's I'm not sure how you solve a problem like that, other than making it completely free and available. Like the Open Foresight Hub, how you solve that kind of problem. You're depending on people, to make sure it's not extractive.
Gotcha. Thanks, and thanks for being so frank. And sorry, it was a bit of a tough one.
I'm no longer at SAP, so I can be very transparent.
All right, so let's take a hop, skip, and a jump over to the Foresight directory, if I may, guess you. Sure. So, all right, how does the Foresight directory lower those barriers to resources, invite the audience to join in, to learn, to participate, and create futures? What does that look like for you?
So what we're trying to do with the Foresight for Development, I guess platform, for lack of a better word, platform could mean many things. What we're trying to do there is to build communities of practice, first of all, that can just try different things. And that becomes really important because I think it creates more democratized space for people to try and valorize other methods, other ways of doing things, to share experiences, and to share them in a way also that's not just concentrated, whether it's among the experts or the moneyed or the whomever, but in a way lower those barriers of entry, so to speak. One of the things we also did in very early days of Foresight for Development, and I know this is controversial in this space, was to say that you also don't have dominion over who gets to call themselves a practitioner in the space. So many people think about the future in many different ways, and in a way you don't get to say who doesn't have a say. And so we allowed anybody to profile themselves, but if you're going to say you're a futurist or a Foresight practitioner, just tell us how, and that's good enough. So for us, that kind of radical inclusion was very important because it meant everybody had a place, but you did have to state, what are you doing in this space? If you've got ways and means or ideas, well, what are those that allow you to say, I am a futurist, or I'm a futurist thinker, or I'm a Foresight practitioner, or whatever term they chose to use. So I think lowering barriers, I think creating shared commons for knowledge, for practice, for data, I think that's really important to us. I think the issue of whether it's completely open or closed, there are lots of issues there because obviously somebody's funding something somewhere, so it always comes down to that, how do you actually sustain it? I think we've got different cultures that create other opportunities for that, and this is coming up a lot actually in the age of AI, just as we think about data and how data moves. To some extent, I think that's relevant for us in the future space because there is a question of value and how people see value and how people share value, and I think there are different cultures of that. It's not only a commodified culture of I'll only give it to you if you pay for it. Sometimes I'll give it to you just because I think you're worth giving it to. And those are difficult to understand, I think, within certain ontologies, but I think what's beautiful about diversity is we could learn from other ways. And so some of the data commons ideas that are coming up, some of the new data cooperative ideas that are coming up, for example, are about saying that this could actually work. And I'm very excited about that because I think part of the challenge with just saying open is sometimes it ignores the issue of who pays. And I think we are beginning to evolve some other ways of thinking about this.
No, and I really liked where you, and this is something that we try and do over at the UN Futures Lab. And actually, so my mum keeps asking me what I do for a living. And she's been asking it for about 18 years. Sometimes she's satisfied, sometimes she's not. And in this particular job, the only way that I can explain my role is to help get what's in people's heads out of their heads, right? Like we're all human beings. We've always thought about the future. We've always used lots of different signals and insights to tell us, the color of the sky at night, direction that birds are flying in, et cetera, et cetera. And so I really liked it when you said that because I think that's really what our job is, isn't it? Not to say, well, I'm not a Foresight expert. I would never dream of labeling myself that. But lots of people do, and with good reason. But I think that the previous panel they were talking about 8 billion Foresight practitioners around the world, and I think that that's something that we need to remind ourselves of in this space quite a lot, isn't it? So I really appreciated what you were saying there, Geshe. James, all right, let's talk about tools, practice, methodologies, UK government. Where did collaborative foresight efforts work in government? You can frame this as lessons learned in designing foresight processes. You work for government. Politics changes a lot. Things need to survive different angles and different perspectives and so on and so forth. You've got a really tough job. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you. Just pick up on one point. I think another benefit of collaboration and foresight is you get people engaged who the AI won't be trained on. So if you want to use, in the last session they were talking about using AI to generate scenarios, you can definitely do that. But again, the risk is that you don't hear from people that haven't fed the AI with their data. So if you can bring people into the conversation, the AI's marginalized voices, underrepresented groups, brilliant. It's a great argument for collaboration over artificial generation. And if you are a good facilitator and you can get things out of people's head the AI isn't trained on, that's your value add as a human. Otherwise, get the AI to do the work for you. Right? In terms of government, I think you've obviously got, in democracies, you've got cycles. And perhaps the appetite for longer term thinking might shift. And that's the reality of democracies around the world. And to be honest, not just democracies, to be honest. I think there's a lot of countries facing sort of pressures. And over recent years, there's been a lot going on around the world, global conflicts. I think there's been, obviously COVID. Someone said to me the other day that it used to be that you'd walk between meetings, and since COVID, you just click straight onto the next one. So you miss out on that thinking time between meetings. And actually, I said right at the start that the challenge is getting action. It's not doing the analysis. It's not finding out. The challenge is getting action. The most senior people, the people who are most empowered to act on the future, are the busiest people. So you've got to, making space for them to be collaborative, definitely. I think, to a degree, also, the media drives that, drives some of those cycles. Elections drive some of those cycles. Expectations of different groups drive some of that short-termist pressure on government. I think where I see collaboration working really well in Foresight, but it's actually multilateral level. You've got times when countries can agree on longer-term things, and it's easier for them to agree on longer-term things than things that are near, because it's less, it's further into the future. It's easier to. So you think about like Montreal Protocol, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, for example. Countries agreeing on long-term targets, and actually those commitments meant other countries didn't seek nuclear weapons because there'd been this agreement on a longer-term debt. So I think sometimes collaboration and foresight opens the door for negotiation and diplomacy to a degree really well. I think that part of the way you solve that challenge of short-termism in governments around the world might be with the collaboration and the engagement of citizens with foresight, because that's going to help you address some of the trust problem if you're listening more to people in your country. But it also raises awareness of some of these longer-term issues in your countries. And you need that because you want to make political room for governments to be able to act longer-term. But the public needs a certain level of understanding about some long-term challenges if they're going to give you the opportunity to do that, to do short-term pain for long-term gain. I also think there's we've been doing a little bit of work with our parliament to sort of encourage scrutiny, more scrutiny with the long term, is sort of holding a bit more accountability for people in government, asking them about the long term. And I think that's certain countries do that really well. It's like Finland, they've introduced more kind of external accountability. There's great examples, I'm sure people have heard them in the last week from around the world, of countries that are experimenting with different methods to try and introduce more accountability and change that short-termist cycle, where you have everybody thinks the person they're accountable to is more short-termist than they are, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
All right. So follow-up question for you, and then I'm gonna ask something similar of Geshe and David. So all right, how do you turn these collaborative foresight processes into actual decisions that change societies?
So I think, I mentioned earlier that the senior people have the least amount of time.
Yep.
So the biggest bit of advice I would give is if you can make time at those senior meetings where those people sit around and are talking, you can offer them something that they are interested in. You're going where the energy is in government or in wherever organization you work, and you talk to them about whatever issue it is, or you get them discussing whatever issue it is, and then you ask, what are you going to do now? And then in asking that question, you generate action. It's like, you're going where the energy is, you're making time for people to discuss it if you've got that level of empowerment and space to do that. And you're asking, how do we move this forward? What do you want to do? And I said, often people are really receptive to that. One of the first things I did when I started in my job 4 years ago was look at annual horizon scanning. So every year we'll look at the year ahead. And then, we never struggled to get people interested in that item on their board meetings. Let's have a chat about the year ahead. And you make space for it. And it's quite, it makes it predictable that they know that's coming and that they can engage with it. And it becomes an annual event. So I think a bit of predictability, consistency, we get people engaging with it, from now, from sort of November, December time. You don't want to start your horizon scan too early because quite a lot changes by January. But I would say that it's working out how you're going to influence those stakeholders and what they care about, and then making space for them to discuss it.
We often get, it's that you get one of two things. Well, you get lots of things, don't you? What am I talking about? But one of the things we get is, you know, we follow that example, right? And we try and get where the energy is.
Yeah.
And then we say, well, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And then sometimes you get like the panicked, oh God, we have to do something about this. And you're like, well, you know, it's obviously your prerogative, but ideally you would. And sometimes you get that kind of that panic. And sometimes, and then they say, we want you to kind of give us a few, be a bit more prescriptive. Like, tell us what you think we should do. And that's the space I'm not getting into. Because as soon as you get into that space, then you get too prescriptive and you get told that's not your domain. You're here to help us with the insights. And I can appreciate the different approaches, because decision makers do have very little time. The complexity and the complicatedness and the pressure sometimes politically that people have. You know, our brains are just we're not designed for this level of complexity, are we? But David, let's talk to you, private sector. Examples of how we can turn collaborative foresight into decisions. Where has that worked really well in your?
Yeah, great question. You know, and it's a huge challenge. Similar. I mean, I think the challenge is very similar in the private sector to the public sector in terms of, you know, you've got decision makers that you know, don't have time, you know, aren't necessarily bought into the process, and somehow you're trying to influence them. Anyway, that's probably like a whole session in and of itself, how to deal with that. Yeah. You know, you know, where we tended to find success was at the product level, to be honest. Right. You know, because often they were, you know, they were looking at product strategy, you know, is a future-oriented thing. Right? It's like, I need to make a decision about where the market's going to be in the next X amount of time. And whether this is the right investment to make. And so, you know, so that is where we tended to have the most success, to be honest. Now, collaborative models were very powerful to actually sort of driving influence. So, which gets to some of the challenges with decision makers, right? So you have a confidence issue, and you have a time issue with them. And so the way we would, we actually try to attack it in a number of different approaches. But often the approach we would take would be to say, look, you know, ideally the decision maker's in the process. Then they experience it, they see the value of it, you know what I mean? But clearly they don't have the time. And so what we would do then is say, well, let's find a proxy. Who is someone that decision maker really trusts, so that when they, and bring them into the process. So then when we got to presenting the findings, they would obviously look to the person that they trusted, and if that person was nodding their head, they'd be like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. You know, so you were using, you know, not manipulating, because you still needed to make sure the process is right, but you're sort of breaking down some of those barriers around, like, do I trust what they're, you know, what they're saying and where they're coming from. One of the other approaches that we worked on was we came up with, we called them insight conversations. And so it's like a mini workshop that you could run in 45 minutes with a decision maker. And so the idea here was, if I present something to you, if I say something to you, you know, you might be like, yeah, okay, that's nice. Or if it's something fairly radical and different, you'll be skeptical. In fact, you need to hear it multiple times before you actually sort of come around to it. You don't have multiple times to say something to a decision maker. So we came up with a methodology that said, actually, we're just going to show you some of the insights, and then we're going to step you through a process where you come to your own moment of insight, where you've taken some of the material we put together, some of the trends and the issues and those sorts of things, but then they have to internalize that into you know, what this means for them and how they would apply it into the problem space. We found that fairly successful, actually, as an approach. So anyway.
Fantastic. Thanks for those examples. Brilliant. Geshe, talk us, what does this look like? Getting the decisions to be made in ways that are informed by collaborative foresight processes, sitting where you do between so many different power dynamics. What does that look like? What does it feel like? What's been your experience?
The word that's coming to mind is guerrilla tactics. Don't let them know what you're doing.
Go for it.
And I think it is a bit of that, because I'm thinking specifically of two examples. Actually, my collaborator Tiresh is here, and both of these have involved him. One was working, so the two examples I'll use are between local governments, who I think are incredibly important, because they're so close to the issue that they can't, the politics are too close to be vague or to be abstract and for time not to matter. And so to me, it's a very important level from a public sector perspective at which to engage. And so we did a few years ago something we called visualization studios, and what that was bringing some of them into working with actual communities on not you coming and having a public consultation about what do people want and then you write a laundry list and do nothing, but was really to say, do people actually have ideas about what they're wanting to do? And it's not ideas about this political term and what road we're going to build or what building gets put up first. It's longer term questions about what are we doing, and not just as a set of political priorities, but as priorities of aesthetic, priorities of care, priorities of how do we want to be with each other. And that was really interesting and to me quite powerful, not just because it came up with beautiful and interesting ideas and things, but because in fact politicians and administrators are in this space, and I think changing of minds is one of the most important things we could do. I think people ignore that often for some of these people, at least in our context and in office, they're bombarded with development visions that come from usually the corporate sector, from people with actual development, meaning physical development interests or other kinds of interests. They're not often bombarded with anything other than demands from the citizenry. So they're bombarded with imaginaries from the citizenry about what they actually want that doesn't look like a list of demands and expectations, but that looks like something compelling, something that actually sounds like something you want to be part of, and there is a way to do that. So I think that was just one example. The second one is something that I think especially in many urban spaces has become common, which is highly contested issues, contested sites or contested developments, and we were quite a number in our parts, and recently we used a speculative design process combined with futuring to actually bring various stakeholders together, not to solve the issue, and in fact for me the success was what appeared to be perhaps something where you are facilitating a decision about what we will then build. And in fact, Tiresh developed some beautiful visions, but they're not about building anything. They were just about how we understand space and our relationships as the government person, as the developer, as the academic, as the artist, as the person who lives in the neighborhood, as the person who drives through the neighborhood. And it moved from being about what do we build on this site to being about what do we do next on this site. And in fact, what's emerged from that, from what I hear, I hope nothing has changed, is in fact they're developing some experiential ideas, some activations. Actually, nothing is being built. And I think that's a wonderful outcome because it ceased being about whose thing was going to be built to what does this space mean for us, actually, with all of our different interests. And the people we were most worried about actually was the government people, because I think in that kind of a context, it's most difficult for them because they're a property holder and they're a decision holder among all of these different interests. So everybody's looking to them and they don't want to be put in a difficult position. But I think this space, they became active participants and not just decision makers. And I think that was also beautiful to see. So I think we can use Foresight in ways that also doesn't diminish contestation, but perhaps transforms it into something more important.
Love it. Fantastic. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna turn it over to you all in the audience. And so if you've got questions for our panelists, please think about those questions in the next 15 to 20 seconds. And then we're going to be, and then if you've got questions, just raise your hand, and we will select you, and a microphone will arrive from either the right or the left, and you can ask your questions. And then we're going to ask our panelists to round us off with some thoughts on what do we need to do next to keep this space for collaborative foresight. Is that all right with you all?
Sure.
Fantastic. All right. So hands, please. Who's got a hand up? And yeah, there's a lady in the last row next to the railing up there. Yeah, wave your hand. There you go. Microphone coming to you. And if you could just let us know your name and your question. The floor is yours.
My name is Noreen, and I come from a small island state, the Maldives, that most of us will know as beautiful, but also we're at the front lines of climate impact, I suppose. When we think about foresight and futures, and as I've been listening to these beautiful conversations, I suppose there's a balance of economic reality and also the control that we have on dependence on certain areas. And how, I guess the question is, how do you imagine futures when there's reality on the natural environment? And if I can just take 1 to 2 seconds to share, when most of you will remember there was news articles last June in summer when there was heat waves in the UK, and that made national or international news. But what didn't make international news was that also coincided with the largest coral bleaching event in the Maldives as well. So these are not things that we have control over nationally. So how do we kind of ground the realities, I guess, on the vulnerabilities that we're facing and amplify that and what's happening and how interconnected we are, at the same time balance what we have to do to survive in small states like ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question and for sharing. This one, James, you're going to take it.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
So how do you sort of balance the realities with the ideal, or with hypotheticals? Yeah? The global control.
Global impact. Global impact of, I guess, climate, that we're facing the global action impact in our areas, and then how do we balance economic reality, because we can't, the coral bleaching event is all of us around the world.
Yeah.
So how do we survive economically when we can't control that, I guess. Yeah.
I think there's, it's trade-offs, isn't it? It's like long-term trade-offs, and I completely agree, I completely hear what you're saying. I think you have, there are trade-offs that a lot of countries around the world are making between economics and climate, and economics and national security. I can't comment on, I can't comment on a lot of aspects of this. I think that there, what does the system incentivize? This is maybe the question to flip back. I think when we try and engage people on the long term, there are different ways you can do it. You can engage people in terms of legacy, as in let's think about the long term, let's think about the legacy we're leaving here. Or you can engage people in terms of economics, and actually it might even be a saving to acting on this now as opposed to acting on it later. Or you can engage it in terms of, there's different ways to sell it. Sometimes you might take something that's short term, like flooding or a climate event, and you say, actually, that then opens the door to have conversations about wider themes of climate change. Or you might take, a question around migration and then open it up into discussions around demographic change. So sometimes you might want to take something where there is energy and then build up and out in order to widen the conversation and to talk about the bigger, longer term issues. I think that's about as diplomatic as I can be.
Perfect. Thank you for being voluntold. Gentlemen in the front row down here. Sorry, I'm really making you run. We're gonna take this question, and then we're gonna sadly be we're gonna be rounding out with some more thoughts from our participants. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo. I'm visiting from Brazil, and I wanted to first say what an honor it is to see Gachi in person. I've followed her work many times from afar. My question is, our common house, the Earth, has many issues to face right now if we want to get to the future as a human society, a global human society. And many times we need to cooperate with organizations or groups which don't share the same initial thoughts that we do. So how to hold the space for collaboration under those circumstances?
Great question. Gashi, can I ask you for that one? No? Well, I am.
Don't do it. No, I'm kidding. I think this is where, I guess we can call it facilitation, but maybe even go further to calling it stewardship. Because there's a difference between having a conversation about the future where I think the desire is to control and then to get people to own, and it's very kind of, pull and push, and therefore it begins to appear like we have to like each other and we have to agree on things. And I think if we see foresight as a form of stewardship that allows for something a bit more pluriversal, I know your work too, to happen, I think maybe that's the thing we can do. Because I do think that inevitably, for many of the reasons, including reading the comment just now from the Maldives, I think we find ourselves in very difficult conversations where I think increasingly we're not going to agree. I mean, we always make it, we like this feel-good thing, you know, like, oh, we all agree on where we're trying to go. No, actually, sometimes we don't. You know, and that's a difficult thing to be honest about. But then it means that in a way we are, I guess, gardening, you know, it's something different from kind of trying to force people into anything or pretending that we have to agree on everything.
Thank you. Thank you. And sorry we didn't have more time for questions. That's absolutely my fault, so please blame me. 10 seconds each. What do we need to do next to keep collaborative foresight meaningful? David?
First off, you know, you should collaborative first, in my opinion. Everything should be that way. And it really comes down to, you know, aligning on the problem, confidence in the process, and curating the people. Nice. That's really what you want to do.
Thank you. James, 10 seconds.
I would say there's a phrase we use, which is that the process is the product. So sometimes if your aim is to write a report, if you engage people along the way, the report might not matter because the change might have happened before the report gets done. So the process is the product. Secondly is go where the energy is. And thirdly, I would say just be really entrepreneurial with it. And yeah.
Fantastic. Geshe?
I'm going to steal those. So steward, trust, experiment. I think have an appetite for risk because you're going to have to if you want to collaborate.
They have been a fantastic panel and you have been a fantastic audience. So I would like us all to just give each other a round of applause. And to say thank you for having this space and this time together to talk about foresight in these ways. Thanks to the Dubai Futures Forum. I hope you have fantastic rests of your forum together and fantastic journeys home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks.
wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity.
Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025, the world's largest gathering of futurists. There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us. When we ask bold questions, we shape new futures. Let's keep wondering, keep searching, keep evolving. Through science, through exploration, through dialogue, through imagination. Change minds. Question answers. Defy what's possible. Because the future won't come from certainty, but from curiosity. Ask more. Dubai Future Forum 2025. The world's largest gathering of futurists.
There are questions that matter to us all.
Where did we come from? Why are we here? What lies ahead? Some look to the past, some search the stars. But all of us, we wonder. This is what connects us. This is what moves us.
Je pense que ça va être là, dès qu'on commence. Dès qu'on commence, ils vont montrer le temps. Is it going to go? We're ready to go? Well, greetings, everybody. Here we are. The process is reaching its final phase, the home stretch. I am, of course, exceedingly honored and feel immensely privileged to be here with you, but also to be with my good friend Alioune Sall. I want to remind everybody that this session will be held in French. So those of you who require translation, interpretation, you will need your headphones. Okay? Aha, I see everybody grabbing their headphones. That's a good sign. So this is a francophone session, although I will pose the questions, and in the interests of time, I will pose the questions in English, and then Dr. Alioune will respond in French. We're not going to do introductions. I think we're probably familiar to most of you, and of course these days easily accessible on the internet. So to kick things off, I just want to start with asking Alioune a little bit about the past. A bit of background about what he thought was at stake when he started his practice. Why was it important? Because I think all of us had relatively strange paths into futures, and our thinking about futures wasn't, something that was announced as a career path. You have a PhD in sociology, mine is in economics. We didn't quite expect to be working on the future. And furthermore, when both of us started, we were really at a time when the Cold War was still hot. And there was a sense that on the one hand you had the United States and Europe, but you had imperialism and colonialism. On the other hand, there was still the vestiges of the hope that was the Soviet Union and the idea of a more egalitarian society. And so the conditions in which we started our work about the future in the context of the Cold War and the competition of those different systems was quite different than today. And I think it was, to just be a little bit humorous about it, and it's something that always strikes me as sort of funny, Che Guevara was not a T-shirt. So today we see it that way. But just to give us a little bit of the sense of how you started your career.
Merci beaucoup, Riel. Et je voudrais, avant de répondre à ta question, dire aussi tout le plaisir que j'ai à être à cette rencontre de Dubaï, rencontre au cours de laquelle j'ai eu le bonheur de retrouver quelques vieux amis et de faire de nouvelles connaissances. Oui, Riel a tout à fait raison de dire que nous avons vécu dans des mondes différents. J'ai commencé à m'intéresser à la prospective en 1976. Ça va faire, l'année prochaine, ça fera 50 ans que je me suis lancé dans des exercices de réflexion prospective. Et lorsque j'ai travaillé sur ces questions-là, j'étais dans un institut qui était un institut des Nations Unies dirigé par le professeur Samir Amin. Samir Amin était un économiste égyptien, franco-égyptien, qui est très connu pour ses travaux sur l'échange inégal au niveau mondial, sur la déconnexion et sur toutes les problématiques de développement alternatif. Et Samir Amin m'avait donc recruté à l'IDEP où j'ai travaillé sur un projet qui s'appelait Afrique et problématiques du futur. À cette époque, nous avions, comme l'a expliqué Riel, un monde clairement bipolaire. Il y avait d'un côté le bloc de Varsovie, qui était un bloc politico-militaire dirigé par l'Union des républiques socialistes soviétiques, et de l'autre, nous avions l'OTAN, qui était la branche militaire des pays occidentaux dirigés par les États-Unis. Et le développement paraissait, mais malgré les différences qu'il pouvait y avoir entre ces deux blocs, différences politiques, différences idéologiques, il y avait un point sur lequel les deux blocs s'entendaient, c'était qu'il fallait se lancer dans une aide au développement, chacun faisant se disant que c'était la meilleure façon de prévenir, d'éviter que les pays africains nouvellement indépendants ne tombent dans les bras de l'un ou l'autre camp. Et les deux blocs avaient en commun une vision relativement simpliste du développement à l'époque. C'était une vision dans laquelle l'Afrique disposait de matières premières en abondance, des matières premières qui n'existaient pas dans les pays industrialisés, et l'Afrique disposait d'une main-d'œuvre bon marché. Et qu'il fallait ce qu'il fallait faire pour la développer était relativement simple. C'était de transférer des capitaux, parce que c'était le facteur manquant, et de transférer des technologies. Et il y avait une sorte d'alchimie qui s'opérerait et qui produirait ce que l'on appelait le développement. Cela paraissait d'une très grande simplicité, et évidemment, comme tout ce qui paraît simple, cela ne s'est pas avéré. Mais il est clair qu'en 1975-76, donc lorsque démarre Afrique et problématiques du futur, cette idéologie simpliste, cette théorie simpliste du développement est contestée par certains économistes, dont Samir Amin. Mais ce que cette théorie reflétait surtout, c'était la domination d'un monde qui était pour l'essentiel occidental. Et quand je parle d'Occident, je parle des États-Unis, mais je parle aussi de l'Europe. Et ce qui prédominait, c'était une approche qui était loin d'être holistique du développement, parce que tout ce qui intéressait le développement ne se mesurait simplement par la croissance économique. Et il y a donc eu, à cette époque, une espèce d'insatisfaction devant la faiblesse de la théorie et d'insatisfaction devant l'ordre, la polarisation du monde qui faisait de l'Afrique une simple variable d'ajustement, tant pour le camp capitaliste que pour le camp socialiste. L'Afrique n'était qu'une variable d'ajustement, et c'est pour cela que les deux camps pouvaient s'entendre sur les recettes pour la développer. Et c'est donc le refus de cette simplification de la problématique du développement qui nous a amenés à réfléchir sur ce que pouvait être une autre Afrique, ce que pouvait être un autre monde. Parce que ce qui était inacceptable, c'était que l'Afrique reste pauvre malgré ses richesses. Ce qui était inacceptable, c'est que son développement soit réduit à n'être qu'une affaire mesurée par la croissance économique et non par le bien-être des populations. Et c'est donc dans ce contexte-là que personnellement j'en suis arrivé à la réflexion prospective. S'il fallait résumer, je dirais que c'est d'abord de l'indignation qu'est née la volonté d'explorer les avenirs parce que le présent n'était pas acceptable. Et je pense que n'importe qui se lance dans une réflexion prospective le fait quelque part parce que le présent ne lui donne pas entière satisfaction. Cette capacité d'indignation, ce refus de la fatalité est certainement le premier élément moteur dans toute réflexion prospective. Et nous avons donc, à la faveur de Afrique et problématiques du futur, qui est une étude prospective majeure, nous avons donc considéré d'autres aspects du développement. Samir Amin tenait absolument à ce que nous examinions les aspects sociaux du développement. La question des inégalités devait nous occuper, la dimension politique du développement, quels étaient les acteurs majeurs de l'ordre géopolitique dominant et quelles étaient les stratégies de ces acteurs pour continuer à confiner l'Afrique dans son rôle de pourvoyeuse de matières premières sur le marché international, et un marché international dominé par les pays de la triade. Il nous incitait à nous intéresser aux aspects environnementaux, alors que ce n'était pas encore la grande mode. Nous sommes en 1975-76, mais Samir pensait que du fait que la plupart des Africains vivent de l'exploitation de la biomasse, on ne pouvait pas se désintéresser des transformations environnementales, d'autant plus que dans les années 68-73, il y a eu une période de sécheresse qui a frappé notamment les pays du Sahel. Et les aspects culturels étaient également importants parce qu'au fond, il n'est pas de développement sans qu'il n'y ait des valeurs, il n'y ait pas de développement sans ethos, il n'est pas de développement sans vision inspirée par des cosmologies et quelquefois des cosmogonies. Cette dimension culturelle du développement devait donc être prise en charge. Et enfin, les aspects technologiques, parce que nous n'étions pas à la 4e révolution industrielle, mais déjà à la 3e révolution industrielle, et les effets de ces transformations sur les économies et les sociétés devaient être prises en compte parce que de leur évolution dépendrait une grande part de l'avenir du continent. C'est donc une approche holistique qui a été recommandée et c'est ce que nous avons essayé de faire. Alors pour me résumer, c'est de l'indignation qu'est né mon intérêt pour la réflexion prospective et d'entrée de jeu, il a été clair que l'approche prospective ne pouvait être qu'holistique et non sectorielle.
Merci. Mais je me demande, parce que là, on va sauter de il y a 40 et 50 ans, du guerre froide et tous ces enjeux, un peu aujourd'hui. Moi, je dois avouer que moi, je suis assez indigne sur la domination continuée de l'idée que le futur, c'est un futur industrialisé. C'est encore très, très présent. On voit tous les grandes puissances d'aujourd'hui réclamer une sorte de revanche industrielle qu'il faut être dominante dans le domaine de la production très, disons, prolétariat, presque une production qui reste fordiste et tayloriste, et que leur vision du monde, c'est simplement rattraper et continuer dans les abus et les inégalités du passé. Et aujourd'hui, on est face à une situation où cet empêchement disons, de l'avidité des oligarques qui dit, bon, vu qu'il n'y a pas d'alternative, vu qu'on n'a plus besoin d'être plus modéré parce qu'il y a quand même une alternative. Aujourd'hui, ils abusent de leur pouvoir et on voit un monde qui est en train de consommer de plus en plus de pétrole, de fabriquer de plus en plus de consommables et on a très peu varié dans notre modèle de développement, ni dans une certaine manière, l'égalité. Parce qu'on sait très bien que si on regarde l'inégalité, bon, c'est absolument formidable que les Chinois ont rattrapé un peu leur pauvreté et en Inde aussi, mais finalement, les inégalités d'aujourd'hui restent aussi frappantes et aussi destructeurs de nos sociétés. Alors, moi, je m'implique là-dedans. Ça fait 40 ans aussi que je travaille sur le futur, mais quand même, on trouve qu'on est figé dans les modèles que Samar Amin a critiqués il y a 50 ans.
Oui, vous avez parlé, Riel, qui parle d'un rattrapage. L'idéologie du rattrapage était celle qui a prévalu dans les premières années d'indépendance. Elle continue d'avoir des effets pervers parce que même si le discours a changé, il y a aujourd'hui comme un retour en force des idéologies pré-indépendance ou des premières années d'indépendance avec l'idée qu'il peut y avoir une émergence africaine. Il est question de rattraper les pays asiatiques, de s'inspirer des modèles asiatiques et de faire de l'Afrique un continent qui, au fond, continuerait à s'intégrer davantage au marché mondial, non plus dans une position périphérique, mais peut-être une position plus importante, plus centrale, mais sans remettre en cause le modèle productiviste. Et il est clair qu'il y a là un risque dont il faut être conscient, parce que ce modèle ne mènera pas à autre chose qu'à une accélération des disparités et donc à une fragilisation du tissu social. Chaque fois que j'entends dire que les 10 pays au monde qui connaissent la plus forte croissance économique, parmi ces 10 pays, 6 sont africains, j'ai dit attention, c'est aussi les pays les plus inégalitaires. Et lorsque la Namibie ou l'Afrique du Sud remplacent le Brésil au hit parade des économies les plus inégalitaires, il n'y a pas de quoi se féliciter. Il faut plutôt s'inquiéter de cela. Et donc, je crois que le combat pour une recherche d'alternatives et pour donc la recherche d'un développement qui soit non seulement plus juste, mais qui soit plus durable, c'est un combat qui s'impose aujourd'hui. Fort heureusement, la notion de développement a changé grâce à des travaux comme ceux de Amartya Sen et de toute cette école. L'idée que le développement, c'est d'abord une liberté, une plus grande liberté accordée aux communautés et aux individus pour choisir la manière dont ils vont gérer leur vie. Je crois que l'idée fait de plus en plus son chemin. Et fort heureusement aussi, l'ordre géoéconomique et géopolitique connaît aujourd'hui des changements qui peuvent être pour quelques-uns source de progrès.
Oui. Et si je peux enchaîner, parce qu'on n'a pas énormément de temps, ici, on est devant un public, on est tous là pour penser le futur dans l'avenir d'aujourd'hui. Et je trouve que c'est assez impressionnant, bon, d'une certaine manière décevant. Toi et moi, on était sur scène il y a une dizaine d'années pour parler de le retour d'une sorte d'approche colonisateur, pour dénoncer cette manque de décolonisation. Et ensuite, ce qu'on retrouve très souvent, c'est une sorte de solutionnisme, une envie de résoudre les problèmes sans mettre en cause précisément que les problèmes qu'on veut résoudre, bon, ils n'ont pas été résolus depuis 50 ans, et en plus, ces problèmes se posent d'une manière inhérente à cette façon d'exploiter, opprimer, garder le pouvoir du passé. Alors, pour les prospectivistes qui sont ici, il y a un défi, je pense, énorme de casser nos hypothèses, nos prémices et d'aller au-delà de ça. Alors, dans notre pratique, parce qu'on était des praticiens sur le terrain, est-ce que tu as des avis ou des conseils pour ceux qui sont là vis-à-vis cet enjeu pour changer nos modèles, pour aller au-delà de nos façons qu'on a essayé de faire ça dans le passé?
Je crois qu'il y a quelques années, on a eu comme une expression était en vogue. Il s'agissait de décoloniser l'avenir. L'avenir, l'histoire de l'Afrique, le passé avait été décolonisé grâce à un important travail fait par l'UNESCO sur l'histoire de l'Afrique qui a donné lieu à la production de 10 volumes d'une très grande qualité. Donc on connaît mieux le passé aujourd'hui. Par contre, ce dont on ne se rend pas compte assez, c'est qu'il y a déjà des assignations identitaires, économiques, sociales et politiques qui font que notre avenir est hypothéqué et il est en quelque sorte colonisé. Et donc, l'exigence d'une décolonisation de l'avenir est aujourd'hui aussi forte qu'elle l'était lorsque, en 1979, au colloque de Monrovia, l'expression a été utilisée par Mahdi El Manjara, qui était un prospectiviste marocain. Et décoloniser l'avenir, cela veut dire 3 choses au moins. Opérer une rupture sur le plan conceptuel. Nous ne pouvons pas, nous devons déconstruire toutes les notions autour desquelles s'est organisée la compréhension des dynamiques qui structurent le monde. Qu'est-ce que c'est que l'État? Qu'est-ce que c'est que la nation? Quels sont les groupes sociaux qui dirigent, etc. Quel sens faut-il donner, en quelque sorte, aux concepts avec lesquels nous essayons de regarder le monde? Sens devant être compris comme signification, mais aussi comme direction vers laquelle nous allons, puisque sens a ses 2 sens en français. Il faut une rupture à ce niveau-là. Il faut également une rupture, je crois, quant au message que nous voulons véhiculer. Au fond, pourquoi veut-on un autre avenir? Pourquoi se lance-t-on dans les études prospectives? Je crois que là, il faut apporter des réponses et dire très clairement quels sont les postulats sur lesquels repose la démarche prospective. Et j'en vois 3 pour ma part. La première, c'est que l'avenir est ouvert et il est certainement plus ouvert aujourd'hui qu'il ne l'a jamais été auparavant, ce qui ne veut pas dire que tout est possible, mais l'éventail des possibles s'est élargi. Deuxièmement, l'avenir est un domaine de pouvoir. Ceux qui ne s'intéressent pas à l'avenir ou qui n'essaient pas d'anticiper les changements seront victimes à un moment ou à un autre de la dictature des urgences. Et lorsque l'on prend des décisions dans l'urgence, ces décisions ne peuvent pas être optimales. Troisièmement, il n'y a pas de bon vent pour celui qui ne sait pas où il veut aller. La vision est importante. Si l'on veut avancer ensemble, il est important que nous sachions en tant qu'humains, en tant que communauté humaine, qu'est-ce que nous lie, qu'est-ce que nous avons en commun et qu'est-ce que nous pouvons et voulons faire ensemble. Je crois que cette histoire de vision partagée est essentielle. Donc, il faut que nous soyons clairs sur cela. Et puis, il faut que nous acceptions que l'avenir se construit dans la durée. Ce n'est pas une affaire de blitzkrieg avec des victoires rapides. Ce n'est pas non plus une histoire de paix que l'on peut imposer à la hussarde, comme dans le cas de certains conflits. c'est une construction patiente par des communautés faites d'êtres qui sont différents, mais qui ont en commun une même humanité et veulent la vivre ensemble.
Je partage énormément ces perspectives, mais en même temps, je m'inquiète sur un point assez important, c'est la contradiction entre le premier et le troisième principe. Ça veut dire que je vois aujourd'hui la puissance très très séduisante de l'imagination totalitaire. L'imagination totalitaire nous emmène vers un sens de sécurité, en disant, voilà, ce qui est très puissante, notre vision en commun va nous emmener à une meilleure société, cette meilleure société va me rassurer. Alors l'ouverture du futur, de toutes les possibilités, devient quelque chose qu'on va sacrifier parce qu'on a une vision en commun. C'était une des grandes inquiétudes que moi j'ai vécues toute ma vie, que l'idéologie d'un meilleur monde va emporter les opportunités qui s'ouvrent face à un monde plein d'émergence et complexité. Alors, je pense qu'on est pris dans cette piège aujourd'hui, et la question, c'est principalement comment trouver une façon d'aller au-delà des compromis qui ont été, je pense, très destructeurs du passé.
Je crois qu'on est pris dans un piège si l'on réduit la sécurité à ses seuls aspects militaires ou sécuritaires. Mais lorsque l'on parle de sécurité, il faut en avoir une compréhension plus large. La paix ne signifie pas l'absence de guerre. La paix signifie une participation à la construction d'un monde dans lequel il y a des êtres humains qui se constituent le centre de tout. Et ces êtres humains sont en rapport entre eux, mais avec une nature. C'est une approche beaucoup plus holistique de ce qu'est le développement. Et il est clair que dans ce cas-là, la diversité n'est pas un obstacle à l'unité, au contraire, elle est le fondement elle est le fondement de la possibilité de travailler en commun. Et donc, qui dit diversité, dit aussi des cosmologies qui peuvent être différentes, dit aussi des approches et des lectures et des imaginaires qui peuvent être différents. La grande faiblesse du monde actuel, c'est que la communauté dite internationale a été fondée 2 fois sur l'idée que ce sont les nations qui se retrouvent au sein d'une société ou au sein d'une organisation. Les nations se ressemblent et toutes ont une volonté de puissance dès qu'on parle de nations. Je crois que le défi, c'est de construire des organisations autour de sociétés parce que les sociétés reconnaissent d'emblée la diversité et font de la diversité le fondement de leur unité. Le jour où il y aura non plus une société des nations, mais une société des sociétés, je crois qu'à ce moment, nous aurons d'autres imaginaires qui vont s'exprimer, d'autres langues qui se parleront. Et je crois que, comme en mai 68, il faut accepter de mettre l'imagination au pouvoir, parce que ça n'a pas encore été fait.
Et voilà, nous y sommes. On incarne, j'espère, cette diversité et aussi cet espoir. Et j'espère qu'on aura l'imagination à l'auteur de notre défi. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Riel.
الحضور الكريم، يرجى البقاء في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الجلسة التالية بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The next session is about to start.
الحضور الكريم، الآن مع جلسة حوارية بعنوان كيف يتحول الخيال العلمي إلى مختبر للابتكار، يديرها غلين مورغان من متحف العلوم بلندن، وأحد أعضاء لجنة تحكيم جوائز روايات المستقبل. Dear guests, now a panel titled Future Stories: What Futures Are Possible Through Sci-Fi, moderated by Glyn Morgan from the Science Museum, London, and Future Stories judge.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session about using science fiction to think about our futures. It is my great pleasure to be here for the Dubai Future Forum once again, and to be accompanied by some wonderful writers to discuss science fiction and the science fiction imaginaries. My name is Glyn Morgan. I'm the head of collections and principal curator at the Science Museum in London. I'm also a science fiction scholar and academic. Which is how I get my reason for being in such illustrious company. On my left immediately is Samit Basu. He is a novelist, a writer of comics and animations, and a film director from Kolkata, India. To his left is Ramona Emerson, a Diné writer and filmmaker from Tallahatchie, New Mexico in the USA. And on the far side is Sui Davis Okumbogwa, professor of creative writing at the University of Ottawa, Canada, where he currently lives, and he's written many acclaimed works, most recently winning the Ignite Award for his novella Lost Ark Dreaming. Congratulations on that, by the way. Oh, very nice. And Sui was also one of my co-judges. We were both two of the three judges on this year's Future Stories competition, which stay seated afterwards for the awards ceremony for that. So to get us started about thinking about science fiction and what it can bring to the way that we think about the world, I thought I'd start with Sui and the competition and ask you to reflect on being a judge for the competition and reading the over 200 stories that were submitted to us. And, you know, as an educator, as someone that teaches creative writing as well, why do you think it's important for competitions like this to exist and to, you know, foster new voices in a science fiction community? Like, why are new voices important?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've found to be interesting about conveying ideas through storytelling is, I think storytelling is one of the oldest forms of conveying ideas and transmuting our imaginations and our, in a sense, futures thinking to, you know, a larger aspect of the community or a larger community. And so I think that employing storytelling in that kind of thinking is crucial. Fostering the practice of storytelling itself from as early as possible is also crucial. Part of why I teach creative writing or why I work in that field is because I think honing that practice is useful. And so when you combine that with, you know, I guess the tools of thinking about the future, and you implement that in what we understand to be the oldest form of transmuting these ideas, we sort of have a very powerful tool at our disposal of telling stories. So I think a contest like this is basically doing that work. It's basically telling these folks who have, you know, written into the competition that they can imagine, and it's sort of putting them in this position to imagine and start practicing those tools of both storytelling and futures thinking at the same time, and, you know, to a degree rewarding them for it. So that's why I think it's useful.
Yeah, no, I think that I agree with those reflections as someone else who read all of those stories, and the idea of science fiction or you know, imaginative literature in general as a tool, as a toolkit for thinking about the world differently, I think is where its true value is. It's interesting, you know, in those 200 stories, there was so much variation and so much diversity and breadth of interest and style on show, and they were all anonymized, so we don't know where any of them were from or who wrote them, but you could just see like this range. But there were still very dominant themes that came through. So anxieties and fears of climate change, for obvious reasons, were in quite a lot of the stories. And then there was a spectrum of people who were writing about AI, who were very hopeful and excited about it, and then people who were quite pessimistic and scared. And I think science fiction is a vehicle to explore those complex issues that have a lot of variables and are a really interesting way of kind of engaging with that. Ramona, I want to come to you because I do think it's imaginative literatures as a whole, not just science fiction. So your book, Shutter and its sequel Exposure, which you were signing earlier on, these are books about a crime scene photographer, and to a certain extent they're very autobiographical. They're based on your own lived experience. Could you tell us a little bit about that, and then how you used the books to kind of work through or process the cultural difficulties of working in that field as a person, an indigenous person from your part of North America?
Absolutely. I worked as a forensic photographer in Albuquerque, New Mexico for 16 years. And over that time, I was challenged a lot about my work because in Diné culture, death is the biggest taboo. We are not supposed to talk about death. We don't talk about people who have passed on. We are not supposed to mention their names because culturally we believe that if we talk about them and we include death in that conversation, then we never allow that person to pass on to the next world. And so when I decided to write this book, I wanted to really think about how that work implies for other Diné people who work around death. And when I say that, I mean doctors, EMTs, people who work like every day and seeing and living death. And as a forensic photographer, I also saw that. But I wanted to make sure that as the act of talking about it, the act of physically breaking a taboo has forced a lot of my own people, Diné people, to look at our own superstitions surrounding death and how it may be hindering us. It may be allowing people to take advantage of our superstitions and our beliefs in a real way in the real world, in the now. And so by telling this story, I think a lot of Diné people have responded to me that, in a way, kind of telling me, well, thank you for saying out loud what we were all so afraid to say. Because I think we were taught from small children that if we talk about it, we will bring it to us.
Yeah.
We will ask for death.
Yeah.
And the process of talking about it and writing about it has proved to them that it's okay to talk about death. It's okay to mourn. It's okay to be overcome by the loss of somebody that you love. Because when we are children, we are taught we have 4 days to mourn. And after those 4 days, we have to stop. We cannot cry for them. We cannot talk about them. We cannot mention their names. And I think it has caused a huge rift within us that we are not allowed to grieve, and we are not allowed to talk about it and to overcome it. And so by the act of writing this book, I think has made a lot of my own Diné people realize that it's okay to mourn. It's okay to talk about these difficult things because it's part of our life.
Yeah, because in the book, the main character is very explicitly confronted by death, not only in her profession as a forensic photographer, but because she sees ghosts, and those conversations that she has both with the living and the dead allow you to foreground that kind of debate around death and in the culture, as well as other issues like, violence against women is a very strong theme in the books as well, and again, something which is not adequately talked about in a lot of societies. And it provides a platform for that. Did you find that, did you have a moment where you considered writing the book without the ghost stories and making it non-supernatural, or was it always something you thought would help you, enable that dialogue?
I think that when I began to write the book, it was very solidly about my experiences as a forensic photographer. But I could see through the development of the story that it wasn't enough. There was something missing still, and I didn't feel like I was fully expressing my thoughts on it. But in my mind, I thought, what is the most taboo thing that could happen to a Navajo woman as a child? Even like, what's the most vile thing that Navajos would think could happen to you? And that would be that you would hear the voices of the dead, that you would be able to communicate with people on that side of the veil. And so when it was like an epiphany, I think one day when I was writing and I realized, oh my goodness, what if Rita could see the people, the victims that she was photographing, and that they were standing right there, able to tell her who murdered them, who hurt them, but then Rita would have to figure out a way to investigate it and take photographs and use the image to prove the case, because you wouldn't be able to...
A ghost told me doesn't hold up in a court of law.
You can't just tell the police, oh, the ghost was standing there, and he told me what happened. And so it allowed my protagonist so much more leeway to develop that from childhood all the way into adulthood and learn how to use it and work with it to bring justice to people who otherwise would not have it. And in so many instances in this book and in Exposure, it's always women. It's always about the violence against women in indigenous countries or indigenous communities is something we're struggling with in America even today. A lot of women go missing and murdered, and they just don't investigate it. And so it allowed me also a platform to push that narrative, and through Rita's gift of seeing ghosts and through Rita's gift of photography, she's able to really bring voice and justice to those things and bring education to people outside of my own community to realize what we need and want to do about finding justice.
And the idea of writing that kind of story is obviously very novel and unprecedented within the Diné community because of those taboos. Samit, in India, there is a much deeper and longer tradition of writing speculative, imaginative stories that blend myth and fantasy and science. What role is science fiction playing in a country or a community like the Indian community, do you think?
Right. With most of the world, I think there's a broader cultural understanding that's evolving now in the algorithm age that, people of this vast geographical region, whether it's India or anywhere else in the world, are not homogenous, which is fairly logical. But and everyone knows this, but there is, the tendency to oversimplify regions like the one we're sitting in now or the one where I'm from. There are so many different kinds of people, and they all have their own scientific traditions, their cultural traditions, their very diverse histories, their conflicts among themselves. So the landscape is constantly shifting, and in a way, the way that the algorithm age where we live now is that there is no one way to see the world. It's all getting fragmented into this vision where we barely know what to believe, what to see, and all of that. And I think, and on top of this, you have these vast forces which are shaping all our lives in the moment. And, I think it's important to remember that while science fiction has always imagined futures, and it's taken on sometimes the job of predicting futures, which is not its job. Its job is, as you said, to kind of articulate and project the anxieties and the hopes and dreams of the time and the place that they're written in and the people who are writing them. So India is always something where every time I'm kind of tasked with the idea of representing it or saying something on behalf, that I barely know anything about the country, despite having lived in it my whole life, because so many languages, so many ways of being, so many politics, all stuffed together. Each of them has their imagination. Each of them has their relationship with science, culture, art, all of it. And the way that these seeds scatter around the world, and the way that, say, Indian scientific traditions then express themselves in, say, large technology companies in the US, where so many CEOs of the biggest tech companies are of Indian origin, is something where, I think it's sociology's job to capture that more than science fiction's, but its effect on science fiction right now is that more Indian actors are being cast in these roles as the people who are, taking vast and sometimes bad decisions on the behalf of all mankind.
Yeah, and it's good to talk about casting because, we're here, you are here in your capacity as writers, and we're here talking or setting up for a short story competition. But science fiction is, of course, a multimedia genre, and it exists in films and video games and everything. But is there something that is particularly special about the written form of science fiction, do you think, in the work that you do? You've written for film, you've written animations, and you've written novels and short stories. What is science fiction working differently in those fields, do you think?
I think there's a big tension between the media in science fiction, because it's a medium that it's a genre that lends itself to such vast visions, right? Dubai from zoomed out.
Yeah.
What is this giant city doing? And the danger of the written aspect of science fiction is that because reading is such a private act, and because reading kind of happens at the velocity of the reader's brain, the excitement of a vast idea and the time it takes to kind of, because a lot of science fiction will tell you this is a vast idea, however, here's the fine print, here's the catch, here's the cost of this bright idea, but your brain wants to see the huge vision.
Yeah.
But it doesn't want to read the fine print, the terms and conditions of this, which science fiction has warned you about. But then you want to push the big red button anyway because it's big. So where I find it very kind of interesting when it's about text is the additional pressure on every writer in this very attention span deficit, multimedia, oversaturated age. The difficulty of pulling the reader's brain into what you're doing and keeping them there is now a high endurance, high demand sport.
Yep.
When you have technology that can design your galactic thing for you, a copy of a copy of a copy, but still big and still colorful and splashy, then how do you, as a writer, choose your words to keep your reader's brain from wandering and make them read the fine print of some very dangerous ideas?
It's very true, and I think that's a challenge for any long form of art is that engagement and that attention wandering. But I think that for me, the strength of a novel as a form in particular is you have to, an average novel takes, 12 hours of reading for most people, perhaps more, perhaps less. Science fiction novels are often very chunky. That's 12 hours of being in brain-to-brain contact with another human, thinking about issues of the future. And it's that empathic connection and character-driven element that I think is what sets science fiction apart from kind of just scenario prototyping and some of the other kinds of ways of thinking about the future, because you are forced to do it through the eyes of a person or people, and that I think adds a lot to it. And so I want to come back to you, Sui, because a lot of your work, draws on African themes and mythologies and whatnot. How important is it for you to express that in your work and show, the phrase Afrofuturism, show that there is a place for people in the future that are not clean-cut American GIs or whatever the stereotype might be, a Heinlein stereotype?
I mean, I think we talked about this last year, where one of the sticking points for us was how centered in community most of the stories received were. And I think the same thing repeated itself this year. I think one of the things I always say when I talk about my work is that as much as when we think of science fiction as a larger collective, we often tend to think through the lens of infrastructure, technology, of what I like to think of as stuff that is more built environment, institutional. But I think predominantly, and this sort of ties into the question about what literature does specifically, is that, first of all, the story is a story about people. It starts from the story about people. So science fiction predominantly is good science fiction. The right kind of science fiction is a story about people. It's really about how it's the human condition of a community, of the people in a community, and how they're navigating systems that mostly just happen to have certain infrastructure, certain technological infrastructure as part of that system. And so if I were, as I am writing as, an African person or a person of African descent, I am therefore engaging in that thinking first from the person, and then I am taking that and applying it through infrastructure. And so if I'm being honest about the stories that I'm telling, and I am representing the self in those stories, then therefore it will have that manifestation of my African personhood in its telling, my African way of being, African epistemologies, ways of organizing principles of the African self, etc. All of these things become, I think, the first port of call when you're thinking about that imagination. And then you start to apply the other externalities to it, of which infrastructure will be part of it, technology will be part of it, but I wouldn't start from the externalities, which I think tends to be what I like to think of as the shorthand, sort of the heuristic, the default thing we reach for when we think about science fiction. But I think it's quite the opposite. I think it's first a story about people and sort of everything else that stems from them, as opposed to is applied to them from the outside.
Yeah, and I think if we bring it full circle to the impending awards and the competition, I think that is one of the things that I enjoyed most about reading the stories that we read, was seeing all of the writers putting themselves or a version of themselves into their stories, expressing their identities. And it was in a panel earlier on, and I'm really sorry if the person who said this is in the audience, because I didn't write it down, so I cannot remember who exactly to attribute this to, but someone said the phrase about reclaiming the power to imagine our own futures. And for me, that is such a wonderful thing that science fiction can do, and the value of it on a global stage, and a stage like this forum, where Emiratis, people from the Middle East, people from all over the world can imagine futures that are their futures, not the future that is exported to them from another country, whatever country that might be. And in science fiction, there is obviously a cultural lodestone of American work, and before that, European, British, French work. But that is shifting, and it's so exciting to see that coming through, and to see it in the range of stories. And so to plug the stories, the top 10 winners from this year are all available online, and you can and should read them. But that is unfortunately all the time I have to talk to these wonderful people about science fiction. It's been a sprint to get through a wonderful conversation with them. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Please give them a very warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Hang around after the furniture change for the award winner to be announced, with the third judge of the prize, the Emirati writer Hessa Abdullah, will be hosting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، يبدأ الآن حفل تكريم الفائزين في جوائز روايات المستقبل. Dear guests, starting now, the award ceremony of Future Stories. السيدات والسادة، يبدأ الآن حفل تكريم الفائزين في جوائز روايات المستقبل. Dear guests, starting now, the award ceremony of Future Stories.
There. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We have had an amazing 2 days together. I know the energy is down in the room, so let's just give a clap to everyone in the Dubai Future Foundation who worked very hard to put this show together. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this gathering where stories take center stage in how we talk about the future. The Dubai Future Foundation recognizes the sheer scale of what we can tap into when we harness the power of storytelling to imagine and shape the future. And it is to that effect that the Dubai Future Forum launched the Future Stories competition in 2024. This year, we have 200 submissions from all over the world. Some of the winners actually are here from the first edition with us today. Please give them a round of applause. Actually, one of the winners will be publishing their short story, now developed into a full novel. As part of a mentorship journey, the competition offers the winners in close collaboration with its partner, DreamWork Collective. This year, I had the honor of joining the judging panel alongside Sue Davis, award-winning sci-fi author, and Glenn Morgan, head of collections and principal curation of the London Science Museum. We come from different backgrounds, lines of work, and different parts of the world. and that made it possible for us to see the power of storytelling in different ways. Let me tell you, we were amazed by the stories we received. They were bold, soulful, and boundlessly original. With that, it's my pleasure to present the top 10 finalists in no particular order for this year's Future Stories. And now, the moment we've been all waiting for, announcing the winners of the 2025 Future Stories competition. It's my absolute pleasure to invite His Excellency Khalfan Bilhol, CEO of Dubai Future Foundation, to the stage. Please join me in welcoming him. Now for the moment of truth. The third place winner is Mariam Al-Shawab with her piece, The Safe Space. With his piece, The Awakening. Which means the first place winner is Tomayas Kino with his story, Over Above the Simulated Night. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you for everyone here for celebrating these voices and the power of storytelling with us today. Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak? We're okay? This is unscripted, unplanned, and the day should have ended here, but looking at the crowd, I cannot simply end it the way, it was amazing awarding you all with the award that, we're proud to be part of. But again, looking at the diversity and the energy and the people around me and the mix really that has been created in this event makes me extremely proud of everyone that was part of this convening. It is another step closer to us institutionalizing Foresight that we simply cannot do alone. The world has been sending us so many messages, some positive and some not so positive, that the only way for us to really come up with future solutions is really for us to unite and work together. And I'm looking around here, I cannot see a more diverse smiling faces that I'm actually looking at the moment, hoping that you all agree with me that the world needs us to unite and to work together to solve for AI, digital economy, robotics, geopolitics, climate, COVID. This needs us all to really work very closely and closely together to really create a better future. So first, I'd start by deeply thanking you all for making the time, our dear guests, our dear Future Society members, our dear participants, our dear speakers. Thank you so much, the 2,500 people going strong every single year. Thank you for making this event a big success and really positioning Dubai as an HQ for Foresight, not only for Dubai and the UAE, but for the rest of the world and with you all. So a big round of applause to all of you. And lastly, to my dear colleagues, my family members, I see you all smiling as well. DFF, Future Forum, the ones
behind the scene, on stage, moderating, hosting guests, working behind desks, working behind this stage, everywhere. I mean, you know how much love and respect I have to all of you, because you really have shared the Dubai Future Foundation and the Dubai DNA with the rest of the world. From greeting people, to hosting people, to supporting people with challenges, to keeping those smiles throughout those 2 tough days. Yes, they were 2 tough days, but this planning has started since the forum had ended last year. So the work continues so we can constantly improve Dubai Future Forum for all of you. So if you don't mind, a big round of applause for the team behind the scenes. Thank you. And last but not least, we're surely not bored of you all. We got so excited that we're ready to announce Dubai Future Forum 2026, and I hope I got the dates right, 17th and 18th of November 2026. We look forward to seeing you all soon. Take care.
السيدات والسادة، شكرا لمشاركتكم في منتدى دبي للمستقبل لعام 2025. نقدر لكم مساهمتكم القيمة ومشاركتكم للمعرفة ورؤيتكم للمستقبل. نتطلع للقاء بكم مرة أخرى في النسخة القادمة من منتدى دبي للمستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of the Dubai Future Forum 2025. Your contribution, shared knowledge and aligned vision for the future paved the way for our success. We look forward to welcoming you to the next edition of the Dubai Future Forum.